Welcome to another episode of Maid Radio, a place from fans, for fans, with fans. This is your host, Semi, MR, or Koshujin. Today I have a pleasure of having a guiding beacon of the VN community, one of my personal inspirations, as well as self-proclaimed weird waifu lover. Without further ado, hello superange128.
Hello there. Thanks for having me. I know you. I've heard of Maid Radio before. I think that's how we got introduced. I think that was one of the ways. But yeah, it's good to be on this podcast you got going. And we can talk about some weave stuff and all that good stuff.
Yeah. It was an interesting moment when I got recommended a video of yours, the top 10 things I would like to see in VN community. And that was my start of the Ange spree, or rather I could say Ange binge, to be precise. And I decided to contact you then, and that marked probably our first interaction ever. One thing led to another. I created a podcast with Taurus, and now we're here.
Yeah, I remember you told me like a while ago, like, it was a video I made about like 10 types of content I wanted to see, like on related to YouTube and visual novels. Like, I was surprised that it actually directly influenced you to make that Venture podcast, which I have been listening to, and it's cool that it kind of inspired you. Now you guys are on over 25 episodes as of today, huh?
Yeah, we're still going strong, week after week, and who knows? Maybe in a future podcast video, you would also be a guest.
Oh yeah, that would be pretty cool if that happened.
Yeah, I guess our listeners need to find out. So, without further ado, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure, of course. And I know you gave me like a little brief blurb at the beginning, so in case people listening don't know who I am, I'm Ange, sometimes known as superange128, or now it's Ange time, or some random equivalent of my name. I guess I'm basically known as like one of the main visual novel community people online. Like, it's probably easier to say where I haven't been, but I don't know. I've been on like many different visual novel communities, like Reddit, Foo Novel, Discords, etc. But I'd say like my biggest thing right now is my YouTube channel, where I focus a lot on talking about visual novel news every month. I call it the Visual Novel Monthly Recap. Basically, on the first of every month, I just kind of give like a 5 to 10 minute video, like saying, okay, here's are all the visual novels that released, usually in English, last month, or like other announcements, like, company announced X translation, or maybe something happened with like a publisher is going to close down, or something like that. So I'd say that's like my biggest thing on my channel, but I also do like little things, like I might post some opinions, I might post some tutorials, I might post like some random top 10 lists, just because I guess, going again to my inspirations for why I started my channel. I've seen like different YouTube or visual novel related YouTube channels, but a lot of them tend to be focused on reviews or let's plays or other kind of stuff around that era. But I've always been more of a researcher and like news provider, or like not like an information provider. Like, I like making guides, and I feel like the closest thing I can do that is just providing news every or tutorials every month, because there are different places to find news on like the various parts of the internet related to visual novels, like Reddit, Twitter, maybe Facebook, Discords if you go on the right ones. But not everybody goes on those places, so I figured, why not? YouTube's like one of those constantly growing online places, so I figured, let's try on YouTube, and I've given it a go, and people seem to like it. So, and people show my still support every day. So that's how I continue to keep going.
Yeah, cool. I think what sets you apart from those VN content creators is that you tend to be a news source, aggregated news source, like you said, with a monthly recap, but also you tend to have unorthodox opinions, which you present in a funny way with opinions. That's always a content I love to hear about. And another part, you kind of feel more like an educator. You do those terms, like a guide for those terms on your channel, right?
Yeah.
Like was there about a Kamiga, etc.?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like Ange explains, something like that, right? Segments.
Yeah, something. Yeah. Oh, maybe that's not a good idea. We should call it that. But yeah, it's kind of just like random little things, like, what? My mind. I'm like, yeah. I guess educator is like a good way to say it. Like what is something that, like, average visual novel, like newer reader, or like someone who like doesn't go online everywhere, is like, oh, I hear this random term or whatever. I'm like, so what does that mean? And they might be able to find it on Google, maybe not. But like, if they go on YouTube, sometimes that's like some people's favorite source to find stuff. So if I'm like, well, okay, I'll make it just so if they search on YouTube, yeah, I can educate people on like random things that, oh my god, I've been part of the visual novel community for over 10 years, so I kind of know a lot of these terms. So I'm like, might as well help explain it to people who may or may not know.
Cool.
Stuff like that.
I mean, like I said, it's nice to have a centralized source of information. I mean, this is probably why VNDB is so popular, right? So for you to fill that niche with be it definitions and news, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. Yep.
On other topic that I don't know how much there's story behind, and I want to ask it. Why superange? What's behind the nick? What's the story? What's the origin? I hope there is no super angst.
Angst? It's nothing. It's nothing too. It's kind of, if anything, it's kind of cringe. But I think, fudge, was it like 15 years ago now?
Huh?
I think this was like when it's like that era between like the 64, like near the end of the Nintendo 64 life, like when the GameCube was like gonna release. I think they announced this. I don't think they ever released as his name, but there's a game announced called Super Mario 128, and I'm like, well, my friends like to call me Ange, and I like Super Mario 64, and I'm excited for Super Mario 128. So why not just change that and just put Ange in there? Sadly, that game never came out, and I think it just became Super Mario Sunshine or something. But I was like, well, whatever. This name's, I kind of have this username like everywhere, so I've kind of kept it in most places like Reddit.
I mean, story behind nicks is always fascinating. I never kind of connected the dots with the Mario 64 into superange 128. Now that I think about it, it makes sense. Okay, I can see that.
Yeah, I mean, before I was a visual novel simp, one could have called me a Nintendo simp.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my god, I would say from like the Super Nintendo era up until like the end of the GameCube, maybe the Wii era, I was like one of those, Nintendo bonsai, Nintendo can do no wrong. I say things have kind of definitely changed on that front, but Nintendo was my childhood, and just yeah.
What made you do the jump? Were you hopping around the place and found visual novels, or was there something in particular that made you abandon the Nintendo simp way and join the VMs?
Well, it wasn't necessarily Nintendo straight into VMs. It's kind of more like, let's see. I think around the GameCube Wii era, I was like, a lot of these games I used to love on the Super Nintendo, or these series I used to love on the Super Nintendo and N64, like they're just not as good. So I was like, I was on this gaming message board where they kind of talked about these other games I've never, like, I think they're popular among other people, but I never heard of them until, like, for example, I never heard of stuff like Final Fantasy, Metal Gear Solid. Let's see. just popular-ish series like that aren't Nintendo games. Like, well, shit, I guess I should. These are on like the PS1 or PS2. I guess I'll try that because I feel like I'm putting all my eggs in one basket. So I eventually branched off into other genres. Like, oh, okay, there's actually good games that aren't Nintendo games. So I'm like, okay, and then I've kind of went from there. And then as I tried these new genres, I've tried like most gaming systems these days. Along the way, I know it's debatable if people call this a visual novel, but I guess the first visual novel-ish thing that I guess kind of got me like kind of peaked was like the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney series.
Oh, okay.
Now, personally, it's funny you're talking about Anne's opinions. I don't consider the Ace Attorney a visual novel in my personal opinion, but I can at least see why people would think so because it was like the first very text heavy game I played. Like, I played some Japanese RPGs like Final Fantasy Tales, Persona, but like Phoenix Wright's like the only quote unquote gameplay you have is you present evidence, you look for evidence, but it's like point and click. So that, I guess, and when Phoenix Wright has the Ace Attorney series has really good stories. So I was like, okay, I guess now I'm open to the idea of, I guess you can call, visual novel-ish game stories. And from there, eventually, that message board that I talked about earlier kind of introduced me to, I guess, a quote-unquote, a full-on visual novel with zero gameplay, which was Fate Stay Night. Basically, in that gaming message board, there was like a little weeb sub-community, and a lot of the anime guys like, oh hey, I found this cool thing called Fate Stay Night, and it's a visual novel. I'm like, no. At that point, I was pretty open. Like, after, I've broken away from a closed-minded Nintendo fan, so I was like, well, at this point, I'll just try whatever that people are talking about. And Fate Stay Night, I guess you could say, is my first full visual novel, and it was. I definitely liked it. I definitely have a lot of nostalgia for it. It's not like a top favorite, I would say, but I liked it. I've liked it enough to try a bunch of the spin-offs and sequels eventually down the line. But it definitely, that Fate Stay Night was like what helped me slowly get more into visual novels as a whole.
So basically, because what you were saying, that you're more of a VN purist, right? You don't really consider Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney to be a visual novel, but at the very least, it was your gateway drug.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I don't think if I didn't like Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, I think if people were like, yo, there's this visual novel, like, why would I get this game where there's no gameplay or like it's like all text, like that's the like even in like a Japanese RPG, while there's story, you at least break the flow with like a turn-based battle system. But with thanks to Ace Attorney, it's like, okay, I can at least. I feel like as long as the story is good, I can enjoy a mostly 60 to 70% plus text as the experience. And thankfully, not only do I like it, I really like it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. When it comes to Phoenix Wright, I think I played the first one. Was it the first one, the one you had to blow to uncover some evidence? That had that integration.
If you bought, I assume it was the same where you live, but the first official English version was on the DS, and yes, there were some
like 6 cases bundled together, right? Something like that.
Yeah, so there are 5, and I think
5. Okay.
To getting into nerdy lore, but in Japan it was originally released on the Game Boy Advance. They didn't have the blow technology on the DS, but when they ported the DS and what we got in English, we're like, oh, cool. They not only do you have the option to do, wipe it off yourself, like with the touchscreen, but you can do the blow thing, and that was a pretty cool feature at the time because Nintendo was kind of trying to be all gimmicky with their touchscreen or blow and all that stuff. So that was what you're talking. That is the same one, yes.
Yeah, I think I remember when I played it, I was pretty young back then. I don't remember how long ago that was. And for the love of God, I couldn't figure out what to do at that point. So it took me a while. And I remember that particular because I think I sneezed at some moment and it just solved itself. I'm like, what the hell happened? So yeah, that was memorable from my point. Yeah, okay. So given that, you follow the Phoenix Ace Attorney to the rabbit hole of visual novels through the board you encountered, and your first one was Fate Stay Night.
Yep.
Okay, it's a cultural classic. Definitely is.
Yeah, whenever you see like those polls of what was your first visual novel, it's usually between Katawa Shoujo usually tops the list, but like Fate Stay Night and Fate Stay Night is definitely not too far behind. Like it's in definitely in the top 3, if not top 5, not top 3. And then for the people who consider Phoenix Wright of VN, like that's many people's first too. So I think while I didn't start with Katawa like many others, I wasn't too far behind. Like I remember when Katawa Shoujo released like a year or two after I started reading VN, so I definitely got to see the big influx of people that even knew what VNs actually were. So that was a pretty interesting time.
Now that's actually interesting thing. Now that I think about Fate Stay Night, since that was your first VN, so therefore it opened your eyes to the visual novel medium. Okay, now how did you branch off? Because this is quite the action genre title. And how did you try out your first Moega, let's say?
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up. I would say I was definitely not a Moege fan starting off. I think let's put in perspective. Back when I started reading, this was like the late 2000s, like almost 2010. First of all, there was barely any visual novels translated, period, at that point. At that point, it was basically, just whatever the fan. There's I think Manga Gamer and Jazz had like a handful of stuff, but like I didn't know what a Manga Gamer or a Jazz was. I just saw, well, Fate Stay Night had this pretty good story, so I figured, well, if I have to read a visual novel game, like why would I just read it for just slice of? Because at that point I was also an anime fan, so I was like, I could, if I wanted slice of life or like these dating sim stuff, I could just watch an anime, like a slice of life romance anime. I'm like, with Fate Stay Night, it was kind of like, it kind of set my standards in a way. Like, you read for the story, the world building, the plot twist. Like, there's, at the time I didn't know there was a Fate Stay Night anime, but I'm kind of glad I read the VN first because it kind of gave me an idea of like, so these are like the differences between like a visual novel versus like an anime. With an anime, you're kind of limited by its season or episode count. With a visual novel, it's like, you can just go as long as you want, and there's like different branches depending on the choice. Like, this is cool. So it's like, it's not like a regular shonen show where like what's gonna happen. Like you see the progression, but here it's like, if Shiro like made that one choice really early on that's different, then suddenly he's with Rin instead of Saber, and then all this other stuff happens. So it's pretty cool to see stuff like that.
Yeah, I think what also a lot of people say when it comes to anime against VNs is that anime as a medium is also limited by the standard of TV, what is acceptable to be broadcasted, right? While VNs inherently do not have that. And often criticism, but I think in the recent years it is definitely better, but often criticism is that anime tends to go nowhere, especially with the harem genre. It tends to be stalemate forever.
Yeah. No, that reminds me. I never actually said how I got into Moege. So it's funny. It's funny you bring up that point because eventually I was I've read I read when I started with Fate Stay Night. I mostly read like the popular story VNs like ep17, Symphonic Rain. I guess Symphonic Rain's romance, but it's still very drama. This is definitely not Moege. Shara no Kuni, etc. But I think along the way I was like, you know what? I think I've read enough story VNs. So why don't I try, something that's like actually like pure romance? Maybe I was not giving it a chance. I can't remember if I read Hoshizora no Memoria or Princess Evangel first, but it was definitely one of those two because, like I said earlier, that was like one. There's barely any visual novels in English, barely at the time. I think those are like some of the few that just piqued my interest of what was translated.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. I mean, I thought both were good moigeis for different reasons, but yeah, going into like the choice harem thing that you're talking about there. I mean, I've tried various harem anime, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really a fan of like most of like the ecchi harem stuff because not only are they like you said they don't go anywhere because usually the protagonist is indecisive as fuck. I don't know if we can curse on this podcast or not, but
Feel free.
what was it? Feel free. Okay, yeah, I don't know if the protagonists are indecisive or not, or they tend to be indecisive, but at least in visual novels, I kind of realized, at least I have. First of all, you have it's much more likely the main character will get with someone by the end, and two, you don't have to have all this best girl argument BS like, oh, well, this character's the best, so that's who I want to, to get with the main character. And if when the anime or manga ends and they get with the girl they don't like, then people will get angry for some reason. I never really got that.
I mean,
but
that's true. Although, let's be absolutely honest, the best girl debate still exists in VS, right? And just at the very least, you can choose the character you like. You are not limited to author's vision.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was going to get to. Yeah, so you don't have to worry about like, oh my god, will he get with this girl? You're like, no, I get to choose. That's my choice. You get that's the beauty. But I mean, if you choose, as long as you choose the right visual novel or the right moge, it doesn't have to be a completely like boring dating sim. Like these characters can still have the types of story and character development and romantic development that you would like to get in an anime, except it's not like the show will end once he chooses a girl. Like there's if done right, in which you'll still have the choosing the girl part, but you'll also get like so what are they like when they actually get in a relationship, which is very rare in anime and manga. True. I've noticed. So that's how once I realized that's what moege kind of tends to do. I mean, obviously it's very lighthearted and very optimistic and all that stuff, but I was like, oh, so I do like a bunch of slice of life and romance, but then when I realized, you get the opportunity to you have the choice to choose which girl you want to win. You also get to see post get together development, which I think is incredibly underused in anime manga. But then when I see like I noticed a lot of anime and manga fans don't seem to care for that as much. I think that's a reason why a lot of anime manga writers just kind of stick with okay, we'll just make the story the whole point of who will this character choose while still having some character development. But I personally wanted to see more post relationship development, so that's part of what slowly got me more to moege.
Yeah, I can imagine. Now, also point can be made that people who stay with those series, with those ecchi harems, tend to not care, while those who care tend to, fizzle out and not continue. I don't know if you've watched To Love Ru. I like this series, especially manga, but anime was also good, especially Darkness part. But honestly, if I were to tell you why I like this series, it tends not to be the ecchi parts. And again, this was one of my realizations. Like, I can treat ecchi and harem as a slapstick joke and comedy, and obviously, if I watch it too much, the jokes runs out pretty fast. But the ones that stuck with me are for the reasons that are neither harem nor ecchi, and To Love Ru being one of those.
I have not personally watched To Love. Maybe I watched like an episode too, but I think there was unfortunately that was kind of one of those like, oh, it's just another one of those.
Yeah.
But I can see what you're saying. Yeah, there are good. I know a lot of people watch ecchi harems for the ecchi, but like I have seen some where there's actually surprisingly good, character development and relationships and all that, and it can be fun or funny, have good comedy. It just all depends on your taste.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, yeah.
It just didn't strike that series in particular. Just didn't strike me as something that I would
Fair
like
enough.
personally.
Fair enough. Again, it's just personal preference, and I think it's very hard to sell people on the series, especially if I start with, but don't worry, it gets good later. Like, okay, great. How long later do I need to wait until it gets good, right? But different taste for different folk, as they say.
Yeah, sure.
With that being said, now that I think about it, and you know what? Before I go further, let's address the point that Solmati wrote in the chat about the BlazBlue.
Oh, yeah.
Because just like your was Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, that was my gateway drug in a way. When I was an anime fan and a person who played variety of games, and it just so happened I played some fighting games. And BlazBlue was one of my gateway drugs to visual novels. I approached it with hate and ended up loving it, and it's quite a story. I don't know if you know the series Guilty Gear. Do you?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've played a decent amount of both BlazBlue and Guilty Gear.
So at that time, when I was very much a Guilty Gear fan, the series got replaced by BlazBlue. You know the times that there was no continuation of Guilty Gear, but BlazBlue was the new hot thing.
Oh yeah, I'm aware that after they exhausted Guilty Gear XXAC whatever.
Yeah.
Like, okay, we did a new thing for the new generation. We'll make it supposedly easier and more anime-er. So yeah, they made it BlazBlue.
Supposedly, I never confirmed that, but supposedly the reason for it is because of the IP holder rights. They couldn't create a new chapter in a series, so they had to resolve that legal problem. And in the meantime, they introduced BlazBlue. And I approached those series with absolute hatred because I loved Guilty Gear. But that was probably my first, again, maybe it does not fit your definition, first close enough to visual novel that I got hooked into, especially since it was a time travel mystery. And I kind of like time travel stories. So, for example, I really like Steins Gate, be it anime and visual novel. And that just spoke to me on such a deep level. Despite going ahead with BlazBlue as absolute hatred, I ended up loving the series. And that started my journey on VNs. Although I didn't start by myself. It's rather I got recommended to play. And I started with Necopara. That was my first game.
Oh, so okay. I started with BlazBlue. Yeah, I definitely don't consider it a visual novel in the same vein that I don't consider the Ace Attorney series a visual novel.
Fair enough.
But they do. I will admit, for a fighting game, the story mode itself does have a lot more text than the average.
Yes.
With most fighting game, it's like arcade mode. Okay. They like the characters kind of like talk crap to each other for like 10 lines, and then you fight. When in the story mode, specifically for BlazBlue, especially as the series goes on, it kind of evolves from less intermittent fights to like you get a fight like once every like 3 hours of text, which is pretty crazy. But I guess I could at least see, because there's not really that many. I think a lot of people criticize BlazBlue's story for being overly complex, but
true.
I mean, while I can see that, like, it's once you like get into like whatchamacallit, like other time, like you said, time travel-y stories and VNs, like VNs aren't really that much worse than a BlazBlue. It's just maybe for the average fighting game player who's not used to sort of like, wait, I came for a fighting game, just for some characters to talk crap to each other. I don't want to like this. I don't even remember a lot of these BlazBlue terms anymore, but yeah, like the the stuff about the Azure whatever.
Oh
like
yeah,
all this crap that I don't remember anymore. But yeah, I can see why if you the idea of a text-based story and it could lead you to like a more fully text-based story, like you said, Necopara, which is another seems like another common-ish mainstream popular VN because of I don't know, I guess the graphics and the cat girls.
I'll be absolutely honest. Especially sad it sounds in recent years, but it's probably because of Steam. Necopara was on Steam.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the whole, I know there's a lot of people who are very anti Steam, but like you can't deny that Steam is by far the easiest way for English only readers to support
I agree.
visual novels because and like when all these visual novel publishers do these polls, the Steam tends to get like at least 60-70% of the preferred platform if you want to support the visual novel legally.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And again, why I mentioned Steam specifically is at that point in time, I mainly use Steam. And it was very hard to use any other storefront for me. And Steam was just something I trusted and something I had. And since my best friend recommended me try Necopara, I tried it and the rest is history.
So you did end up liking Necopara, right?
I love it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because it's like one of those series where like I see like very mixed opinions on it. Like the people there's some people who really really like it, then some people are like, oh, it's trash, and like it shows like the bad, it like emphasizes like the bad parts of like Gay or visual novels. Yeah. Windmill, like my opinion on Necopara is like kind of more in the middle. It's like
sure.
It's like entertaining, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see why people like, but it's just kind of like it's like a moige, but like the episodes are very short, and I'm not exactly the biggest fan of like animal girls, but
I see.
At least the humor was kind of amusing, I guess. So that was what kind of kept me to keep reading.
Have you read all of them?
Yes, I've read 1, 0, 2, 3, and 4.
Cool. Okay. It's very hard to pinpoint what made me like the series. It's very hard. It's probably a variety of reasons because you cannot deny the power of shared topic, especially with your best friend, right? So you tend to, even subconsciously, on some level, like something a little bit more just because you get to talk about it with passionate people. And it just so happened, we both were anime nerds. We tried Necopara. He tried it first, recommended me, and we talked at length about it. Yes, there were dull parts. Yes, there were things that were questionably easy and convenient for the protagonist. Fair enough. But ultimately, the shared interest helped me like this series more. And I feel this probably the second like it the most because it finally grew out of just being the cat girl excuse eroge with no drama whatsoever, because the central point on drama of volume 1 was whether or not the protagonist will accept the cat girls, and you already knew coming this series he will say yes, right? That was expected. But the second one posed a different question. What does it mean to take responsibility as a member of family, as a elder sister, elder sibling, right? And holy hell, that was neatly realized. It was something outside of just, this is Maid Cafe with cat girls. And I was floored at that point. I was like, damn, you can say more than just excuse to have cat girls and ecchi scenes.
Yeah, Necopara does have like some pretty nice scenes related to stuff like that. I mean, like I said, they're for visual novels, they're relatively short, but they all 5 volumes now all kind of have their own little theme. Kind of relates to the cat girl duo. And
yeah,
it definitely makes sense, especially if that's your first. Like, oh wow, it's not just like a cat girl fan service ecchi. They actually try to insert some story character-ish themes to it.
Mhm.
And it's funny you brought up the part of why you started is because you just kind of wanted to, because other people were reading it. Funnily enough, I likely would not have checked out Nekoparum just on my own. Despite I was like slowly accepting romance because, like I said, I was not exactly a big fan of Animal Girls, but like I was in this small community of friends like, oh come on, you gotta play Necopara. It's like it's cat girls, it's good. I'm like, okay, fine, I'll give it a chance. And like I said, I mean it's not my favorite, but I like it enough to like, okay, fine. I guess I can keep going, and I'll likely even. I mean, I've read 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so like, or 1, 2, 3, 4, so I might as well read that upcoming one as well, since I'm already this far.
I mean, there's also something to be said, because we kind of glance over it. The art style is like, holy hell, top tier.
I feel like this is another controversial
opinion. Come on.
I don't know. I always thought like Sayori, like the artist's name's like Sayori or something, right?
Yeah.
I always thought like it looks kind of nice, but it's like the art style's like it's like very shiny.
Yes.
So I don't know, for some reason when an art style's like too shiny, it's like it kind of brings it down for me. It like almost feels like it's almost like they're saying we're trying so hard like an art style to like look. It's not realistic, but like it's like we need to stick out. And for that, I don't know, for some reason I couldn't get into the Sayori art style as much as I guess other people. And I guess that was another reason why I was eager to jump in right away, because it seemed like that was one of the big reasons why it got popular on Steam, because her art style is very popular.
Yes,
but
it is.
I guess I think it's to me it's like it's not bad, it's just fine, I guess. Yeah.
At the very least, obviously art is subjective, but at the very least, I hope we can both agree that it's very detailed. If you look at characters and how many ribbons and small accessories Sayori put on those characters, it's crazy.
Oh, absolutely. Like I know I talked about like, but like when we compare it to a bunch of like random old moege, like they're not gonna put that, like they'll put enough detail just to make a character stand up, but they're not gonna put all these little bells, all these little ribbons, all these like the little frills on their dresses and their maid uniforms, blah 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 blah. So,
So again, I think this is funny that in one of the podcast episodes, Taurus mentioned, I think it in relation to Saku Saku, Love Cherry Blossom, that the art style was too sweet for him and he couldn't handle it. And I get this kind of similar vibes, although you did handle Nekopara from you.
Yeah. I mean, art style can be a detractor, but it's kind of one of those, as long as like there's enough reason to read it outside the art style, it's not going to bug me too much.
Okay.
Like, yeah. So obviously, I do have my preferences of what art styles I prefer, but at the end of the day, when I think about it, while visual novels are part visual, they're still part novel as well. So there's definitely been times where like I'm not like super into the art style, but I end up just reading just because either a lot of people say it's good, or I read the synopsis and I'm like, okay, I mean, this seems like something that I might like story wise, so why not? I'll give it a chance.
Yeah, fair enough. And on that note, how often the synopsis is enough for you to buy into and try the title?
I feel like I'm one of those people that a synopsis is like more of like a good first start. But like cool, like cool, this is a good premise. But like what kind of I'm like one of those people that loves to do like a decent amount of research. Like obviously I won't look into spoilers, but I want to have like a general idea like of what I'm getting into. I don't want to just like read a song like, oh cool, like there's this time travel thing, and then it turns out the time travel thing is just barely there, or the characters are so bad that I'm like, I can't. The synopsis is cool, but I hate the characters. So in addition to the synopsis, I go into like, okay, what kind of characters do we got going on here? Like, I'll go off like the VNDB non-spoiler tags. What kind of like genre tags, like is it Nukige,
Mm-hmm.
Nakige, blah blah blah, and like what are the little things there. And then maybe I'll read some like reviews because there's only so much tags and the synopsis can say
Yeah.
because something can have like the most awesome sounding synopsis or like characters that seem like my thing, but then like this had this cool thing, and like a user review will be like, oh, this has all these cool things, but they dropped the ball on the true route, or the pacing sucks, or like there's just some things you can't see just based off the synopsis. So I can't. I can't even think of a time where like I just went purely off of just a pure synopsis, like
Mm-hmm.
off like a store page or a VND page.
Oh, that's actually interesting that you mentioned because while I do check tags on VNB sometimes, I tend to, how can I say it? Because this is difficult balance. On one hand, you need to do your research to find whether or not that would be the title you feel you might enjoy. On the other hand, I am so scared of spoilers because it can just break the experience completely.
Sure. Yeah. See, it's funny you talk about, yeah. Like I said, I do try to avoid spoilers if I can, but sometimes I felt like I'm a little less
Mhm.
worried about spoilers than the average person. Like if I get like a little minor spoiler, like for example, oh, this character ends up doing X thing at this like this
Uh-huh.
point in time, I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, it's not the worst thing. Like it could. I kind of sometimes a minor spoiler can be more of an enticer. So like for example, if someone, I'm not going to give obviously an obvious example or like a specific example. Let's say like, oh, let's say that it's revealed like like a few hours in that this character had like a previous relationship with this character,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
and that's what lets us know. Oh, okay, that actually is interesting. But then like if someone were to say, oh, by the way, this character, like her mom died and she had like PTSD or something, like some really dark backstory that's like obviously important to the story. I'm like, okay, I didn't need to know that. So when it goes like that far, that's when I'm like, eh. But if it's just like a minor thing that's either early on or like not a big deal, I'm like, oh, I can shrug it off and just use it as a, now I kind of want to see the context around it. So that's why I guess I'm not as afraid to do a little bit more research than usual, but
Mhm.
I'll still try to avoid major spoilers if I can.
I'm trying to remember what exactly was the title from my early VN reading career that made me so scared of but it actually might be Kira Kira though. I think at some place, be it Twitter, forum or whatever, I read one of the routes goes really dark.
Oh,
And maybe even specific than that was written there, and it kind of soured my mood. Like, yeah, but that would be cool to be surprised by. So now
sure.
I was going in expecting something dark to happen.
I see. Yeah, see, uh, something like that would be, I would consider, or at least for me, I would consider a mild to maybe
Mm-hmm.
moderate spoiler. Like, obviously, they're not going to say, they didn't say what exactly happened,
No.
but like, well, like on surface level, when you see something like Kira Kira, you're like, oh, it's just some girl band
Yeah.
probably something. But then you don't expect. Obviously, I won't say which route, but you don't expect one route to get at least one route to get dark. You're like, oh, I thought the whole point of the story is like you weren't expecting it. So I guess if you're someone who likes to go in as blind as possible, then yeah, if you want the story to be the one to tell you that it gets dark, then yeah, I can see why it would sour your mood.
Yeah. And again, I do believe that title was very unbalanced when it comes to quality of routes. From my opinion, in my opinion, that dark route was worth it, and the rest were very mild and kind of lackluster, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, that is something I wanted to say. If I didn't actually, I think I also knew it was like at least one of the routes was dark, and if I didn't know that, if I started just Kira Kira and I saw like how the band starts and all that. I'm like, why am I reading like this is like I like the idea, but I just didn't just the common route alone I would not have sold me into the be like, wait, what? Why am I reading this? This is weird. Like,
Yeah.
but like, okay, but eventually it gets good, and sure enough, I did like that one route a lot. But like everything else, I was just like, I guess I'll just suck it up. I get, but if I didn't know that, I would have been like, I might have actually dropped it because
I see.
possibly, I think there was a point in my VN reading career where I think towards the beginning, when I started VN, I read everything, but like slowly over time, I've been more prone to dropping things if it like got me angry enough, or I was like been bored, so I was like, okay.
I see. Okay. When it comes to Kira Kira, because I want to close the chapter on that one, not only did I got spoiled on that, right? But that's also the first route I got blindly.
Oh.
And it was such a slog to read the rest.
Yeah. At that point, it was like, why even make the other routes when it's clearly clear the writer's like, this is the route.
Yes,
this is the route we put all the effort into. The other one's just like, oh, you like the other girls? Okay, we'll give them a little something. But okay, now end. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And if I didn't know that route was like the main one, I wouldn't have not put it. Like I saved it last on purpose. So knowing stuff ahead of time can be kind of prepare my route reading orders. Because if I know like the less effort ones are not going to be that good, like I'll just get them out of the way, and then I'll hopefully end the VN on a strong note with like the one that people and the company say is good.
Speaking of which, that's actually really interesting. How often do you look for VN reading order before you start? Because spoiler from me, never. I never do it ever.
Oh wow. It might be fair to say I've been doing it almost once I found out routes were a thing. Like, because like I said, my first VN was Fate Stay Night, and there were only 3 routes. But you have to be very particular on how you get on those routes. So when I realized there were so many bad ends, I was like, well, crap, I guess I have to. Well, I mean, okay, that's a specific case because there's a forced route order.
Yes.
But let's going into something, let's say, where you have a little bit more choice of what routes to do. Let's say, I think the first one I did that was either Symphonic Rain or Ever 17. But basically, when I do that, like when I consider the fact that Fate Stay Night had a like they purposefully give you route 1, route 2 out there. Like, okay, I think it got implanted early on in my mind. Like, okay, so usually authors have like some kind of way to some kind of route order, but obviously that's not entirely true. But I kind of got in my mind, okay, I have to set an order for myself if I want to have like end on a good note, especially when there's like a good amount of romance in particular games. So I'm like, okay, I try to like say, oh, if there's no recommended route order, I'll usually try to like make up my own. Like, okay, so these are the 4 or 5 love interests, and if there's a true route, obviously I'll say the true route last. But if there isn't, I'll try to like stack my experience so I end on what I perceive would be a good note, like whether it's my personal favorite heroine personality wise, or whoever people say has like the most story or whatever. So I'm like, okay, I'll kind of go off that standard. So I have like kind of the standard in my head where I'll start the VN like decently strong, and then I'll kind of put the lesser good stuff towards the middle, and then end with the best. So it gives you motivation to keep reading, even if I don't like some of the middle routes as much. So that's kind of how I do it.
So you kind of program yourself like some self-tantalizing idea, like, okay, it will start strong, then maybe it will be possible, but the ending, okay, the last one will be, that's actually interesting approach.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously there's subjectivity, but I always felt at least for any story, whether it's a movie or a game
Yeah.
or anime or whatever, I always felt like you need if you want to like get a lot of readers or watchers, and you need a strong hook, right?
Yeah,
So
fair enough.
if your hook isn't strong enough, who's gonna watch past episode 1 or episode 2 or like the first 10 to 20 minutes of a movie or the first hour of a game? Like, I feel like you have to be like, oh, like you have to hook people, like not super instantaneously, but like pretty close to the beginning to like, okay, I can see like the potential. And there are going to be fillery moments, and there's going to be parts, there might be routes that aren't as good as others or stuff like that. So like, it's good to fit that in the middle, so we can be like, oh, okay, well, this is like not as good, but at least I know the story can be good. And then once usually the ideal story for like most things is like you have a climax towards like the middle end. So like that's what ends up people end up remembering, like, oh, I ended off this story with like this very memorable moment or route or scene. And then that's like, even if it's not like the whole reason why you give a score to like a story or your whole feelings of a score to something, it'll definitely have a much bigger impact than like, let's say, like the middle, which can just be whatever it needs to be to set up for the end.
That actually makes me wonder, how do you feel about true endings or true routes or something like that? Because while you have a VN that has multiple routes, therefore it has multiple endings. Now, how developer or author intended the order to be experienced is hard to determine, unless there is a specific true end, so you understand this is the finale, the grand design, the last one to read. Does it work for you? Does it mean it's better? Because again, it tends to be the send-off.
Yeah. So when I consider like the first 5 or 10 visual novels had, if not a obvious true end, then a very implied one, I definitely would say I'm in favor of them.
Okay.
But it has to be the right story. So for example, if it's just like a moege where like the whole point is like, choose a girl, like for example, like you don't need there's no point putting a true route.
Yeah.
Especially if it's going to be zero drama, like especially zero drama or almost no drama. But like when it's like, let's say like an Ever 17 or Symphonic Rain or Amatsutsumi for a newer one, like those definitely have true routes, and they have very good reasons to have them, because those have like an actual story built up to some kind of theme, and as long as it has that and it's built up correctly, I'm totally in favor of a true route, even if it's not like, say, my favorite heroine personality-wise. Like, usually a story writer has a reason for a true route to focus on X heroine versus the others, because like they're related to the themes of the VN, or like they're related to the plot, or there's something with the MC, or it just makes sense, like their backstories thing. So as long as it's done right, done in the right place, I definitely like true routes.
I mean, again, if it's done right, then it's right. Okay, fair enough. My question is, if true route gets introduced, don't you feel like it reintroduced the problem you got rid of? What we talked about before. Anime that has a conclusion has to choose a character. Therefore, you want to experience VN in which you can choose the character, but there exists a true route with pre-chosen characters, so we go back to the problem we wanted to remove. Don't you feel it has potential for that?
Sure, but let's say you have people who don't like true routes, or they're like, oh, well, I don't like this. Like, why do they make this heroine the true? I don't care. The good thing is the power of the reader, I guess you could say, is like, I can just choose to ignore the true route and be like, well, they still have these other routes. Like, for example, in like Jisenjo no Matter, I don't know if you read it.
No.
Like if you don't like whoever the true heroine is, you can be like, well, I like this heroine more, so I don't really care about her. So I can just, in my literal head canon, I can say I can just read this route and be perfectly happy because this is what I would have done if you want to pull the whole self-insert thing.
Okay,
But
fair enough. And just to note, I'm one of those that likes Thread. So, but I'm speaking like a devil's advocate. Let's say that it has a potential of reintroducing the problem that we just got rid of, transitioning from anime to VRs.
Yeah, sure. Like if you're one of those people that has to read like every single route to like get the full experience, then sure. But you don't like the true route heroine or whatever, then sure, that can pose a problem. But I guess that's the good thing about a VN in a way is it's not like an anime where you're kind of forced to watch in a specific order, episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like this way you can be like, I can read this true route, but I'm like, nah, I'll ignore what the author thinks is a good story. I have this own path that I want because they gave me the option, so I don't have to go off the author's headcanon. Who cares? I'll go. I like this person more. I like this route more. You don't know.
I have such a funny personal example of exactly that. It's from Analog Hate Story, the series I keep bringing up.
Oh yeah.
It has a sequel that continues on by loading your save state from the first game into the second one. And since the first game can have at the very least 3 endings, the second one has continuation of all those endings, meaning it basically plays, depending on the state you left in first game, one of 3 completely different stories. And my best friend, the one who introduced me to Nekopara, he got so frustrated with the meta aspects of Analog. And for those who do not know, in the second series, they introduced the cycle of day and night, in which you had to wait physical day to continue playing, which could be if you were tinkering with your own system settings, but it was so annoying to do so. And he was so annoyed, he just said, okay, I played my favorite ending from the first one. In the second one, that's it, I'm content, bye. And he never played any other route. That. And that's funny because that was my favorite also route, and we talked at length about it. But there was one specific aspect of that game, the sequel, I really wanted to discuss it because it tackled it very interestingly, especially in the VN media at the time. I have not ever experienced that concept done so well. And he never played it. I'm like, but I cannot even tell you why. Play it. And he never did.
Oh, rip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never read the Analog series, but I actually didn't even know it had the concept of routes. For some reason, I just assumed it had like a linear story because it had a sequel. But it's interesting to know that it apparently does interesting things with its storytelling. So yeah, it's just your friend's story about him. Yeah, I choose to only care about this person because I don't care about this unique storytelling. I just care about this thing.
Yeah.
So you can't you do have that option. It's just
true.
If you care, but
true.
It sucks. Yeah, for your case, you wanted to talk to someone about it because but unfortunate.
Again, it's very hard to demand read it, and VNs tend to be very long, especially the ones that, like I stated, have multiple starting points that completely change the game based upon the previous game, but ultimately they are still in the same setting, which means a lot of events will be repeated, even if the surrounding circumstances change. So it was tall order to ask, just invest like 20 more hours, please. To talk about that specific thing. So I understand. We don't have infinite time. Despite that, I don't drop anything. I always read to completion, for better or worse. Probably the one that much set up for how much unbalanced setup to payoff was, probably X-Blaze was the most crazy in that regard. That had the amount of setup against the payoff is just off the charts. Thankfully, I tolerate that, but I understand people who just don't do it because the pacing is way off, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. I actually did read the X Blaze series, which are unlike the Blaze Blue series. It's obviously a full 100% VN.
Yeah.
In case you didn't know, because there's no VN. But yeah, I basically agree with you, except I don't know if the build-up was overall worth it, but I did finish it to completion because like kind of like you and your profile picture says, I did like S and maybe like one of the other heroines, but obviously the story was very much about S, and S's route was good, but like I didn't care about like any of the build-up of the other routes, but the worst thing was like the main character was like one of the worst main characters I've seen. Like I know I usually would prefer to have a main character with personality and voice acting, but that's like one of the few times like, okay, maybe a main character that didn't have personality or voice acting might have been better in this scenario, but whatever.
Okay.
But at least he was better in this. He was better in the sequel, thankfully.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
It's very hard to talk about this series, especially since I played it after Blaze Blue, and me being invested in that series also probably helped a lot. There's a lot of concepts that are important and aspects, especially in the sequel. I don't know how much do you remember. While it isn't a gameplay VN, it has slight amount of gameplay. There was like a map you were going on, and you were visiting memories. Do you remember that setup? Yeah. And from time to time, you also partook in a quiz. That quiz was very meta because it basically quizzed, but rather the lore as a whole, encompassing the entire Blaze Blue universe, past and the future, at times. And depending how much you were invested in that world, it just, you were engaged or not. Let's be absolutely frank, right? And that could also skew my opinion of whether or not the payoff was worth it.
Sure.
And just to make sure, I think when saying this payoff was worth it, I mostly relate to the sequel. The first, since this is a prequel, and it's a story in Blaze Blue universe, confirmed to be in the past, I knew how it was ending, and I knew what all those names meant. And just go back, because we kind of skipped it when you were describing Blaze Blue and its relation to VNs and time travel stories, and how they are not necessarily that much different from typical VNs. The biggest differentiating factor and the biggest stopgap from people enjoying the series is the jargon. Oh my god, the jargon. They used so many custom-made for this words that you really needed a lexicon to understand what was going on. And not many people have the patience. I understand that. I did. I soaked it in, and I understood it. But not many people have the patience for it. So, fair game.
Yeah. Yeah, there was definitely a lot of jargon I didn't care about, but
yeah,
kind of similar to what you said. I definitely did the second game was a lot better. Well, quite a bit better than the first one, because the development and all that build up made sense. And I guess unlike you, I think I purposefully waited to read both X Blazes before reading the last, or playing / reading the last story of Blaze Blue Central Fiction. Like I did 1, 2, 3, or sorry, Blaze Blue 1, 2, 3, then X Blaze 1 and 2, and then because I knew S was announced as a DLC character in Blaze Blue and was going to be in it in some way. So I was like, okay, so I guess I should probably learn about her before I jump into the story.
Yeah. True. I don't remember when specifically I read X-Blade, but I think as soon as it was released, whether or not that was after Chrono Phantasma or not, I don't remember. So the third one, I don't remember. Probably after it was released. I don't know. I was very fast on that one. and which is very important, while in the first one it wasn't important whether or not it was after or before Chrono. It was definitely important for the sequel, if you understand the identity of me character, right?
Yeah.
So how that relates to all the original series.
Yeah.
That I just wanted to briefly mention it, that it's going back from our tangent to the original topic. That was probably the most build up to payoff game that I recall reading. And again, in my opinion, it was worth it. Not many people agree. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But I understand the criticism is definitely the pacing is whack.
Yeah, all I'll say is if there wasn't a Blaze Blue, if S wasn't in Blaze Blue, I likely would not have finished it, let alone start it.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah.
Yeah.
The creator of Blaze Blue often mentioned how poorly the X-Blaze series did, especially since the anime fighters, they already aren't the most popular genre in games themselves, and X-Blaze was worse than that.
Yeah. I give him props for trying an actual visual novel.
Yeah, props to him.
Many companies have the balls. Not many people have the balls to just do that instead of a game that the people are used to.
Yeah, there has to be something said about the quality when it comes to sprites, because they did so many sprites in so many different angles for so many situations and states. It's impressive, honestly. It helps me to create thumbnails that I have S in every direction.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah, that helps. But especially in something as simple as conversation that has 3 people, the camera could rotate, the background could change, and how people face each other could shift during the same conversation. Like, damn, that felt like pretty nice quality. So at the very least, it wasn't a shovelware kind of deal, like a spin-off that no one cared about. They definitely put a lot of love into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, now where did we start? On that entire tangent? Oh God.
Well, I think it was kind of I think it kind of just started like with me and VNs, and just kind of
True.
We talked about just VNs we've read that we've read some VNs that are similar at least.
Yeah. And we probably talked about routes and orders, right?
Yeah, we talked about a lot of things, yeah.
Yeah. So probably it's super hard for me to change my stance on never checking the spoilers, because there are some titles I definitely see myself benefiting from better route order, and on the other hand, being surprised by the route and how well it was made. That in and of itself made my day also.
Sure,
I'm not sure if you are familiar with Hatofu Boyfriend. That's the one I'll start with.
I know of it. I have not read it yet.
Okay. That was one title that has surprisingly interesting take in one of the routes. And it's definitely worth reading for that route, although many times, on many occasions, I said it's so hard to sell people on enduring until that part, because it has so many requirements to read it.
I mean, as long as what we learned, a lot of casual visual novel readers like gimmick or meme visual novels. I think if sold right, the whole dating a pigeon or whatever thing could. I think that's part of how it got infamy to begin with. But yeah, if it's only just one route that has like actual things, it might be kind of weird to sell to people who want like a serious story, not just want the next meme story.
Yeah, but again, again, I'm trying to balance not spoiling and spoiling at the same time.
Sure.
How can I sell someone like, okay, there's a joke about dating pigeon and having a story about that, and maybe there will be payoff later. One will be good, right? But you need to play it 13 times to get to the good part. Like, what? It's such a hard sell.
Yeah.
That's,
yeah, I mean, I can see that.
Yeah, that's one of the examples. And the other I had in mind, did you know it was a clock up title? And it's not Euphoria because that one is famous. Eroga. It's a VN about creating Eroga.
Oh, I'm aware of that one, yes.
Oh my god. Half of the routes I just couldn't stomach. I just read it. No. They were crazy bad. In my opinion, obviously. But the other two I really liked.
Which ones did you like? I know there's like a black hair girl, a blonde, the lolly, and then the glasses girl. Like, which one's the good one? Which one are the good ones?
The lolly one was amazing, in my opinion.
Okay.
Holy shit. I cannot describe it in words how well they tackled something that could have been a throwaway. The angle they went with is she's an adult woman that has trauma about how she is perceived by others because she has 30-year-old, but looks like a lolly, right? And no one treats her serious. And she dresses all formally, has a business suit, etc., and no one gives a shit. They treat her like a child. That's crazy what they took with that. And she even confesses to protagonist like she can't. People don't even treat her seriously, even in a romantic setting. Like, that's depressing.
Yeah, that's pretty real. Yeah,
they could easily take a stupid vampire 100 years old route or something like that, an excuse, right? Lolly route, right? But they went with the most realistic take on what it is to be kind of a midget sized in an adult
legal
world.
lolly. Yeah.
Like, yes, I was floored when I was reading that.
Okay. Well, then what was the other good one then?
The black-haired girl.
Okay, I had a feeling she was like the main heroine.
That one.
If there was one.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. I really like that. And the other two, I just couldn't. No. Again, for better or worse, this for worse, I read it to completion. I was very close to just holding control for an entire route. I was very close to that.
Yeah, they have skipped for a reason.
Because no, I just couldn't. But I somehow went through it and finished it.
Okay, cool.
Again, probably would be advisable to start dropping given that experience, but I never learned, and I still read everything for 100% completion.
That's fair. If I only recently stopped reading I basically do an all or nothing. Like, I either drop everything, or I used to be able to drop it all or read it all. But now that's only kind of a recent thing for me. Like, okay, if I only care about one or two girls or one or two routes, then I'll just read those. But I definitely relate to. It sucks, but I guess I'll read it just so I can rate it fairly. I guess you could say.
Oh, that's actually interesting. There's two things to that story. One, what was the trigger? Did you have some experience like I did with the routes that just didn't click with you? That one third. And how's your approach to scoring?
Okay, sure. So, as far as getting through routes I didn't like, I mean, I have to dig a little bit, but I definitely know there are some. Oh, perfect example. Hoshizora no Memory. While I overall like the visual novel, there's definitely routes where I'm like, do I have to read this? But fortunately or unfortunately, Hoshin Memo does have a true route, so you do have to. That's one of those ones where you're kind of forced to read them all. So like, okay, I guess I have to. So for example, yeah, I didn't like
Hoshimemo is one of those I have in my backlog because I backed it on Kickstarter, so I definitely going to read it. And
okay.
especially since they released FD recently, right?
Yeah, just last month or something. But yeah, there are a few girls I just didn't like just because like the little sister that pretty much nobody likes is an annoying.
Okay.
And then there's another character I didn't like just because she was kind of. I mean, I just think she's kind of a bitch, but but yeah, unfortunately, it's like one of those I have to if I want to get to the true route.
I see, yeah.
And they did. And the thing is, some of those routes had important points. I was like, why do I have to deal with this girl just to get these plot points? This is so annoying. But whatever. That's. I mean, there's a handful of examples, but that's like one of like the first, I guess you can call extreme ones. In most cases, it's like I'm usually like all the characters enough to like, okay, I'll read. I can like just go through it. But there's just occasional routes. I'm like, God, do I seriously have to read this? But I was in that mode of, well, I guess I have to read everything. And I guess getting into what we quote unquote scoring fairly. I will admit, like the first 5 or so years of reading VNs, I was like one of those. For some reason, I had like one of those. I have to force myself to at least kind of rate it fairly. So even if I don't like X route or X character, I have to like go like, oh. But this, I have to read it, the route to completion and all that stuff, just to make sure my vote on VNDB makes sense and all that stuff.
I mean, and probably your thought process was, I didn't like it, but I see other people liking it because of those reasons. I didn't.
Yeah,
right.
Like I can think of, I could definitely think of some visual novels that I don't like as a whole, or I don't care for as a whole. But a lot of people love. I'm like, well, I can see why. So I would give it like my personal rating would be like a 4, but like if I add some level of quote unquote objectivity, whatever that means, then me goes up like a 6. If I want to be, because I don't want to completely discount my opinion, because at the end of the day,
true,
a number is just a number.
Yeah.
But I would say these days, I've been leaning a lot more towards the subjective things, like it's kind of like one of those. For example, I think there's VNs where like the route, it's like almost no one likes, but like everything else is just so good that I don't care, and I might give it a 9 or a 10 anyway. Like a perfect example in Marshmallow All the Way Home, which is a moege made by Marmalade, released by Shirobune. I think the comm route was really good because it was really unique and focused more on whatchamacallit. The main characters kind of hosting a sweets business, a cake sweets business, and I thought that part like was easily like the best part of the VN. But unfortunately, the routes themselves were extremely hit or miss, which sucks because I actually liked all the heroines a lot. It's just the problem is it kind of goes this. Let's just find highest amount of ways we can have these H scenes be really frequent and be really long, or like the situations were just like so. There's some moments, but it was clear that once you get to a character round, it's like, okay, how can we get these characters to have sex as quick as possible, or like lead up to the next? And then some of the H scenes were extremely long for no reason, like because I was like, what happened? I was in my mind, I'm like, what happened to like the wholesome cafe stuff? And then now it's just, I mean, there's still a little bit in there, but it's mostly just sex. It's a sexy time now. I'm like, which sucks. I still gave that said, I still gave the visual novel a 9 because I basically loved everything else so much that I can excuse the routes objectively not really being that well written. Like there's the way that the characters got together, their character development was too short, or was like there were some dumb moments in there. But like, and I loved the moments that were good were so good that I could excuse basically almost like half the routes being like kind of weird or not good. So
I don't even know what to say.
uh-huh.
Because when it comes to objectivity and subjectivity in scores, and probably I outlined that also on the podcast when speaking on that topic, I started with Mal. And that was my, let's say, awakening to the scoring of media, right? And on my animal list, I tried at some point when I just was starting, okay, let's create an algorithm that will objectively make the score. I'll take my subjectivity into account. It will calculate and add points for music, decrease points if CG is bad.
Geez.
You see my point, right? It was going to decrease. And I spent so much time until one day I just realized I don't care. I just don't give a shit. I'm going to give my opinion and my opinion only, no objectivity whatsoever, only subjective scores. There was just one point I just couldn't deal with my own rules that I said to myself. I said, no, screw it. This is my score. It's a freaking 7. I don't care what other people think. 7.
Okay. Yeah, I think I went through a similar phase. No, you're not as extreme, but like I like you. I was my anime list user frequently before a VNDB, and that kind of sort of influenced my half objective, half subjective score thing that I had going. But I think like you, I don't know if I like went so far as to be like, yeah, like 2 points. Like I didn't like do any like averages of like, or I kind of went, okay. It's kind of more like in my head, like, okay, I love this story, but there's little pacing problems here. There's, all sorts. But then over time, I think I kind of went year round, like, you know what? I'm just gonna kind of go with my gut, like, it's like the pacing sucked, or like this character wasn't good, but like I love this part, so I'll give it an 8. Exactly. Or other way around, like, this has like a really nice art, and I like the idea of the setting of the characters, but then but it was boring as crap, and I didn't like any of the characters, so 5.
Exactly. And specifically, because I started with Mal, an example there, specifically, I tried my subjectivity on VNDB, and I was starting slowly put scores, and on one point, I really like something. I don't remember what it was. Again, I'm trying to recall in my mind. Maybe it was the Capara even. I like it so much. Engaged with my best friend and the themes they touched, especially the second game. I just wanted to give it a 10. Right? Fuck it. 10. I liked it so much. And at that point, VNDB had a pop-up that says, are you sure this score is reserved only for the Masters of Master? I got pissed so hard. To this day, I refuse to give anything else than just 10s. I give only 10s and nothing else.
Oh yeah, the whoever added that's kind of, I don't know. I think they take the rating system a little too seriously. But I'm like, whatever. I don't care. I definitely don't go so far as to troll by giving all 10s. But I'm like, I don't care. Yes, 10. Let's be real. Nothing in this world is perfect.
Obviously.
So, yeah, but like, some people, I guess, take the whole 10 out of 10. It's like either too seriously or not seriously enough. So I guess that's why they had it. I'm like, oh my god, just let people vote a 10 if they want. Who cares?
Yeah, and just to clarify, because I never set out to troll. I mean, I give honest 10s. Like, I feel this deserves it. And yeah. I withhold any other scores because I don't know what to give else. So my scoring right now is, if it's memorable enough that it sits with me for a long time, especially after I read it, 10. If it achieved something spectacular I never seen in other VNs, 10. That's enough for me. That's enough.
Okay.
Some 10s I had to revoke after a while. I'm like, okay, maybe that was in a moment I gave it a 10. Okay, fine. But again, that was my system. To extent it still is. If it's memorable enough for me to keep going back and think about that, this is definitely a 10, because I read a lot of VNs, and some of them I just, okay, I read it. And I acknowledged it, and it doesn't sit with me for long. But Muramasa, being the most recent example I recently gave a 10 to, yeah, I keep going back to it, even though I have problems with that game, even though I had some annoyances with it. I think the way they dealt with philosophy of combat, especially in what does it mean to kill a person, is something really spectacular.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
That one aspect they did really well, really, really well. And it sits to me to this day. I keep going back and comparing others to it. And it sits with me so long, that alone convinced me it deserves a 10.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I'm sure that's a big reason why it's popular among other reasons, but yeah.
Yeah, I was very vocal, both during my reading time and after, of things that just pissed me off about that title. But ultimately, that one thing, the philosophy, the honor combats, the samurai honor code, and the combat and how they wrote all the skirmish and one-on-one duels was just phenomenal.
Yeah.
And that's enough. Like, I have not read such gripping philosophy and tense moments of nothing in a while. It's enough for me to just say, yeah, I'll be probably for the years to come keep comparing stuff to Muramasa.
Makes sense, yeah. There's not too much like it.
Oh, that's probably, yeah, that also helps. If there were more Muramasa clones done so good, probably maybe Muramasa wouldn't get a 10. Maybe that's fair. But so far, yeah. So there's that. Oh, that was quite the introductions. What? Yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So unless you want to add something else, we can hop over to our second segment. So what do you say?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go next. Let's go next segment. That's fine.
Okay, so this opens our second segment, the backlog review. So, Elvi, what is the title you want to share with us? What you've experienced?
Oh boy.
Go crazy.
Well, so I think it's safe to say I'm kind of in a pickle. Like as of like the last month, I've kind of been in a pickle of what visual novel I want to stick with. So recently, starting I think in September or October,
Okay.
I finally got the Steam Deck, and the Steam Deck has been godly for reading visual novels on the go. Because before you were kind of limited to just if you wanted portable VNs. I mean, you could go on your laptop or use a Switch or whatever. But the problem with the Switch is there's not that many visual novels that interested me that were on it, let alone number of visual novels. Period. So I only read like Alcon on there because that was good. But a laptop isn't. It's like one of those you can't just like kind of hold up like a Switch.
Yeah.
Something is you have to bring this whole thing. So it's good if you bring it to like on an airplane or something. But if you're just kind of walking around and you're like the restroom or something, not as easy. So the Steam Deck was a great addition to like my VN reading career because I bought so many VNs in the past that were just in the backlog, but I'm like, I don't want to like make this like my PC reading VN at the moment. So I installed a lot of VN. I installed a whole bunch of like the VNs that I've wanted to read on there. However, that's also kind of caused a problem because like I've been kind of switching around because like none of these are like VNs on like it's a kind of like I kind of want to read them, but I'm not like super high. They're not like super high on my list. So I'm like earlier I said, there's been moments where I'll either read all of it or nothing. And at least with these, I want to read at least one route, but it's just so hard. It's been so hard for me to commit to just finishing one. So just to give you some examples, I've been wanting one of the visual novels I've been wanting to read was Primal X Hearts 2. It's by Marmalade. It's a moige. I read Marshmallow All the Way Home, which I talked about earlier. One of my favorites, but Primal Hearts 2 came way before that in English. And I'm like, well, I feel like I should at least read that and the other one in English, Study Steady. But I've tried a little bit of both, but it's fine. It's just like I can't get that far because there's like I said, since some visual novels, even when it has good moments, it'll have its slow moments. And when it's not a VN I'm like extra grip to, it's like I don't feel like reading this at the moment. And with the Steam Deck, it's so easy to just be like, okay, I'll switch to this game. So, for example, I also want to read Newton and the Apple Tree because I like a lot of Laplacian, or sorry, there's a bunch of Laplacian titles that are in English right now, like or that are going to be released in English. So, for example, Nico Neon's going to release Future Radio in a few months. There's the Cyanotype Daydream that came out, and then there's like that other Nukige. But Newton and the Apple Tree was like their first big one. I'm like, well, it has an interesting premise, and I like the characters enough. It's just right at the moment where I am, where it's like maybe I'm like a third in the comic. I'm like, it's interesting, but it's not like it hasn't hooked me yet. So like, I'll read a little bit, and like, okay, I guess I'll go to another one. So like, a kind of recent moige called King Koi Golden Lover Each. That's like a very popular moige. And people heavily recommend it, like it's one of the better ones, especially modern ones. But like, it's kind of. I remember you. I think you've said before you've read Princess Evangelion.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say it's kind of like it has like a similar start where, the character, like the main guy, gets put into the rich school, but this time it's co-ed instead of like an all girls. But kind of similar start where like the main character is kind of bullied at the start, and he has to kind of eventually get liked. But I'm like, I already did this in Evangelion like 10 years ago. Do I have to go through this right now? So I'm like, there's good moments, there's good characters, but like, I don't want to deal with this bullying crap like right now. So I'll read a little bit here and there, and there's like, I can keep going, but like, just for the Steam Deck alone, I'm in like a pickle of like, what do I commit to? Like, I want to commit to one because that's usually what I do, but it's hard to pick one. But as far as PC VNs, I've been a little better on that. So on my YouTube channel, I released a review for Amatsutsumi. That's like definitely one of the best story VNs I've read in the last several months, and definitely enjoyed it. And the problem is, after that, I've kind of also been like up in the air of like what I want to read. So like I want to read Renai Royale. It's like the newest ASA Project VN, but that's like, am I in the right mood? Because it's a pure comedy VN. Like, I don't know if I'm in the mood for that right now. But earlier we were talking about Hoshizoa no Momoya, the fan disc. I did read a few routes of that, and it's funny. Earlier we were talking about like how much do you want to read the whole thing versus like reading just some routes. Like I said earlier, when I read the original, I was like, I don't really like these characters, but since I have to read the true, I have to read. It's like, okay, fine. But it's been almost 10 years since I read the original, and I'm like, okay, my standards have changed a lot. I only care about these two heroines, so I read those two, and I enjoyed them, and I gave it an 8 on VNDB just for those two drafts. So I'm like, I have zero motivation to read like the other heroines, even though a couple other ones would probably be decent, but I'm like, I only really cared about these two, so I'm gonna read these two heroines, and I enjoyed them, and I'm done. And then there's just a few other stuff that I want to read that I'm like, but maybe I'll talk about this later. But in my Discord channel, or run about my YouTube, it's been pretty popular for people to hop into voice chat and to stream whatever visual novel they're reading. So I'm like, shit, dang, I didn't realize how fun it was to just watch other people read VNs, so we can kind of talk about it while someone else is reading it. And some of them are VNs I haven't read. So, for example, one of the mods of my server was reading Azalea the Eternal. Have you heard of that one?
Wait, can you write it on the chat? Any chat. I see all the chats.
Okay, so yeah, it's Azalea the Eternal. Yeah, it's kind of like a Fire Emblem strategy RPG like gameplay mixed with VN. So like that's like one of those VNs where like I would not play that myself, But then when I watch someone else watch, I'm like, whoa, this is pretty cool. I can actually enjoy the story. I don't have to do this gameplay stuff, and we can kind of talk about the VN or make little inside jokes about it. So I'm like, and then in addition, like I've seen people reread stuff that I already know and like. Like, for example, I know a few people are reading Making Lovers, and I already read that one a few times already. So I'm like, I'd like to see. I like to see other people's thoughts on VNs, especially if they're people I know on the server. So I feel like that's been distracted. That's been like my biggest distraction as far as me personally reading VNs, is because I've been having too much fun watching other people read VNs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what a topic you brought. Usually in this segment we go one by one. So let me untangle all that ball of titles you brought in.
Sure.
So first and foremost, Ascelia the Eternal sounded so much like Yumina the Ethereal that I read. I was like, wait, can you spell it? Just so we are on the same page. I did not read the Ascelia, but I did read the Yumina.
Okay.
You see the similarities in name, right?
Yeah. I thought when I knew of both titles, and I assumed they're by the same developer, but in fact they're not. But they both have gameplay as far as I'm aware. Yeah.
Yeah. I never read the Ascelia the Ethereal. Eternal. Oh my god, now I'm messing it up. Yeah. But I heard about it. Yeah, it's a gameplay one, and I think something with translation was. What was the issue with translation? Was it this title that wasn't translated, or the previous one? So yeah.
As far as I know, the original was translated.
So it was by who was that? Okay. Because I definitely remember there was a title that. Yeah. Oh. Okay. So Ascelia the Eternal got released 10 years ago. It has an official patch also. Because they got only the all ages version on Steam, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Okay, well, because I remember something was talked about the title that it was cut quite a lot in compared to the original. So that's how I know about that specific title. Now, rolling back, because you were a maelstrom of titles, first and foremost, is it a blessing or is it a curse? The Steam Deck. Because from my understanding, listening to you, it seemed like a blessing. It allows you to read on the go. And a curse because you keep switching the titles you read.
I would still say it's overall blessing, because I feel like the whole me switching tiles is more of a me thing and less so a Steam Deck problem. Because in theory, I could do the same thing if I'm reading on PC. It's just I purposefully chose to put like the lesser interesting titles on Steam Deck, because I figured, well, maybe I can pace myself with VNs I don't care about. If I can just read it whenever. Because with PC, you're like, okay, I have to do this and I want to stick to it. But yeah, I think it's more of a blessing, because it's very much more open ended. Like I said, compared to a Switch, it's just more of a me problem, less so of a Steam Deck problem itself.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to make sure, because I also have a Steam Deck and it helped me to read VNs on the go. I went over the delegation, and I had read Hatsumira on the move, both on train and in hotel. It's pretty handy to have. So I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Speaking of the titles you went over, and you had to mention Princess Evangelica, damn it, and Kinkoi Love Rish. Wait, can I open? Yeah. A known fact for listeners of this podcast for a long time is how I structure my desktop specifically. So just a brief introduction. I tend to have VNs that sit on the desktop, so I see them, so I finally pick them up. So it's kind of like a queue, open queue to pick up. And it just so happened that Kinkoil Lovebridge is there. So on the left side, I have my queue, and the right side is the everything I read that I like, so I left it there.
Okay.
So that way I structure my desktop. Kinda a Hall of Fame, if you will.
Interesting, yeah.
And on the left is a queue that is waiting. So it helps me to focus on the next thing I picked. So I see it every day, every time. Okay, I'll read it. Okay, it has to visually strike me, so I won't get distracted. So therefore, next thing I wanted to address, I can't deal with switching titles. I cannot, because I think there was a couple of times I tried that, so I read multiple things at once. And to be honest, I was pretty all right with focusing on main plot points, etc., etc. But once I liked one title of the other, it was so hard to go back onto that other title. It was just no, I just couldn't. I don't remember specifically what it was. I'm trying to run in my head now, but I can't seem to remember. There was a particular title I was reading when Ran's Quest came out, so I immediately jumped the ship on that, read it to completion, and I couldn't go back to the other title. No, it was so boring, and it took me like half a year to finish that title, like piece by piece, chapter by chapter, even by even, slowly churning away with my non-dropping policy, let's call it. I slogged through that title to completion. Which wasn't the case when I picked it up initially, because it was mediocre. Okay, it was fine, average. But once it was against something I really clicked with, the drop in enjoyment was so apparent, I just couldn't continue.
Okay.
So I just couldn't do what you're describing. Even though the titles you are talking about, for example, Apple, the Newton and the Apple tree, I really enjoyed. Yeah. So some of them, I think you mentioned somewhere about the Chrono Clock, right?
That's right. That is one of the two titles that I yeah.
Yeah. So that's again something I liked. Although I liked the Happy Maya, the next title in the line from the Purple Soft.
Better, yeah. Yeah, part of why I tried Chrono Clock was because I Want Sutsumi was like the newest English release. I really like that one. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll finally check out their older VNs, because I had Happy Maya purchased and Chrono Clock seems like something I would like, so I got it. I was like, yeah.
I don't remember what sold me on those titles. I think when I read Chrono Clock and I read Time Travel Story, let's go.
Yeah.
And for Happy Maya, when I read the premise, it's just like, what? That sounds weird. Okay. Right? This kind of reaction.
Yeah.
Yet I ended up liking Happy Maya way better, more than Chrono Clock.
Sure. It doesn't help that Chrono Clock, it's much more slice of life, and the at least at the beginning, the time travel stuff is very used more for romance stuff, while Happy Maya is, for the little I've read, it's like it's very it has like this mystery aspect. Like you don't even know what's going on. Like right from the beginning, like with the dude's lucid dreams and like you have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's again, I'm trying to balance not spoiling best part of Happy Maya, but
yeah,
the topic they tackle and the way they do it is really nicely done. That's all I'm going to say. Although the entire fairy tale lucid dreaming is so wacky, and whimsical, which kinda is in theme in the Wonderland aesthetic, which is fine, weird, quirky, but the themes they go on, it's like chef's kiss. I really like that. It's something. While Chrono Clock has an interesting premise of having ability to rewind time in a limited capacity, but Protac is really reluctant to use it in a meaningful manner, and it's just frivolous for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Other titles that you mentioned, I don't recognize, so I can't really go much into that. But have you finished anything recently that you can talk about? So, for example, Amatsumi. Did I say it correctly?
That's I'd say that's the one. I finished it a couple months ago. Definitely heavily enjoyed it. I definitely finished everything, all the routes. It was really good.
What themes does it deal with? Because I bought it, I completely forgot the premise already, but I remember that intrigued me. And again, this being from Purple Soft, that I liked at the very least. Again, with Chrono Clock, I liked. With Happy May, I really enjoyed it. So I wanted to give them a chance.
Okay, so you know how we just said like the gimmicks of Happy Mayor was the dreaming thing, and the gimmick of Chrono Clock was the turning back time.
Yes.
There is the gimmick of Amatsutsumi is the main guy, Makoto, has this power called the Kotodama. So you can control, you can kind of like, if he commands people a certain way, he can basically force people to do whatever he wants. So it can be similar. It's a little bit more open ended than just like that 5-minute time limit with Chrono Clock. So it's the limit is basically like what a human can do. So like you can tell someone something as simple as just hold up your right hand or whatever, and then they'll do that until you tell them to stop.
Okay.
Or unless you unless you like specific put like a fine like all right, hold both your hands up for 5 minutes, and then you can just literally walk away from them, and they'll just be standing there with their arms up, and then after 5 minutes they'll just drop. But it can also, God, I don't want to spoil too much. It's not just limited to physical actions. Like you can make someone mentally forget something, like or rewrite their memory in a weird way. So basically the limit is what can the brain feasibly do.
I see.
So the thing is, similar to Chrono Clock, it does his use of the Kotodama is a little bit I guess reserved's not the wrong word. Like he uses it for mundane things, but the dude's definitely not afraid to use it compared to the other guy because there's not as much of a. There's no like 1 hour time limit. It's just do it if you feel like you need to. But going more into that without spoiling it, it's like the guy, like the reason he has this power is he's from this village where a bunch of people have this exact power. Like don't worry, this is like talked about way in the beginning. And so but this guy's like, well, I want to see what life's like outside the village.
Okay.
So he goes to like this normal town. I guess what we would call like a normal town. And obviously, he goes to high school and all that stuff. But there's even from chapter 1, there's like a lot of cool build up to the true route. There is a true route, by the way, and I think most people would say definitely read for the true route. And don't get me wrong, the true route is really good. But I actually liked the other heroine routes as well because there's four total heroines, and they all have a pretty interesting past and like how it affects the present. And let's just say, without getting exposed, the Kotodama thing will definitely matter in all 4 routes, and they all have really interesting stories around it.
Okay. Again, like I said, I definitely bought it immediately, although backlog being as it is, someday, eventually, I'll get around to reading it. Now
Sure.
that you gave me the synopsis, and hopefully I'll forget it by the time I pick up the title, the first thing that comes to mind when it comes to character-driven stories is to use a power of control in order to prove something. So, for example, let's say you have an issue of sorts. So, if you can prove to someone they have the capability to brace their fears and face them head on, that would probably be the use for it. Again, I'm just running theories based upon what you said.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And again, fair enough. And this is number one theory. Like, given the story about characters, so probably their flaws of character and or their experiences that held them back from being the best version of themselves, a lot of that stopgap is in mind.
Mm-hmm.
If you really take care of yourself in a variety of ways, you can always make your life better. So in order to guide someone through those steps of improving themselves, it can be helpful to give them a push. And I see that as a potential use for such a power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not a bad guess, yeah.
Fair enough. Let's see. Hopefully I'll remember at the very least my theory when I start the game.
Yeah.
And see
hopefully.
how far or how close or how far I was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the only other visual novel I can think of that I read and finished was the Making Lovers fan disc.
Okay.
A very very short fan disc. Like I don't even think it's more than like 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours at most. Because they're literally just after stories for the original 5 heroines. Like thinking about it, might even be less than 5 hours. But they're like 30 to 60-minute after stories for the for the heroines. Making Lovers is like a very comedy oriented VN, but it has some wholesome stuff. So a lot of it's just like comedy skit, sex, comedy skit, sex, and then the end.
Okay, fair enough.
No, but I mean, I love the original. And obviously, my favorite visual novel girl is Mashiro, and I was very excited to read her out. But I still like all the other heroines enough, so I definitely read every route there. So I can definitely say I finished that one. And like I said, even though it was short, it was basically it's kind of like one of those more of the same type of fan. This is nothing deep. It's just like more. I just kind of got more of what I like, the stuff that I like, and I definitely enjoyed it.
Did I really hear that correctly? The crowning VN of Ange, the pick of the century, Making Lovers, which you have your favorite character in. You liked all of them?
Oh, do I like everyone in the VN?
Yeah.
I liked all the heroines. Yes.
Holy hell. They really struck gold with that one on you, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's some I like less or more than others, but I would say overall I do like all of them.
Damn.
Though I would say the company SME in general, like they have a habit of, they're like one of the few companies where they've consistently made all the heroines likable for me. So for example, I like all the heroines in Furaraba, I like all the heroines in Harem Kingdom, and all in Making Lovers. So they definitely fit like my taste, at least.
Dang. It's like, I definitely did not think you would like everything, especially given one of them is your favorite, and from my understanding, of all time right now.
Yes.
So this is a very high praise coming from you, right? How do you rate the weird waifu score of that title? So how would you rate the weird waifu score for Making Lovers?
Do you mean like
how weird is it?
Oh, the comedy is definitely very, like, I want to say at least, like, as a whole, definitely at least an 8 or 9 on the weird. Like the humor style is like
Mm-hmm.
definitely not the average. Like when you think of like harem school romance, it has like typical like childhood friend wakes you up, tsundere hits you when you make a perverted joke, or like I don't know. The humor is definitely very different to say. Like it's more over the top. Like the protagonist is an open pervert, but like it's like different. He doesn't just like talk about your boobs are big or whatever. Like he'll like say my fetish is like the ahegao from like those from hentai or something, and then people make fun of him for that. Or let's see, the main character is a little sister. Like her for some reason her favorite animal is a kangaroo.
Okay.
For some reason, sometimes she likes to like make little sounds, like just because that's her favorite animal.
Okay.
But let's see what else. What else is weird? Like a lot of the character, like the way characters kind of like snap at each other is like very. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to the best way to describe it. But yeah, it's like there's like there's almost like a goofy punchline for like half the dialogue. Like some character will say something really stupid and character will either do like the straight man response or like they'll have like they're like trying to one up the other person by saying something stupider, and then the protagonist and says like what the heck is going on? But I would say the one that would like bring the weird to scale up is definitely Mashiro herself. She's definitely one of the most unique heroines I've read in the VN. Like she doesn't like really fit an archetype of character. Like for the other 4 heroines, I can at least say they kind of fit an archetype to an extent. So for example, Karen is kind of tsundere, Ako is kind of like the loving Imoto, Saki's kind of like a Ojo sama, like the rich girl-ish, but like Masho's like she's like part tomboy, part like gamer girl, but part like you don't even know what like she like half the stuff she says is like it's like logic that like makes sense in her head, but then like the way it comes out, it's like people don't always immediately get what she's saying. So like she's like cracking jokes like left and right, like or like she's very blunt, or she always has like these ideas of like if I want this is how romance works this way, because in my mind this is like my number X love rule. Like I don't know, she's very unpredictable to say the least. But yeah, so that's part of the fun with her, and why I think she alone probably makes the weird rating like pretty high.
I'm trying to remember what was a title that has a similar vein of cracking jokes and having the weird rating high. And despite me not liking the title very much, I remember specifically Momoiro Closet. I don't know if you know that title. It's by Frontwing. It's about cosplaying.
I have heard of it, and I think I know. Yeah, I knew of the concept. Like the main, it's like a single heroine.
Yeah.
Yes. And she cosplays and stuff. And then I never read it. I was under the impression it was like a sex-focused Nukige or something.
Yes.
But I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure. Okay. So it is. Okay.
And again, I didn't really like this, whatever. But the little sister in that VN was so hilarious because she has had Chuniobi speech turned on all the time, and protagonist had to interpret what she said to translate between people. And that was the most hilarious part of the title.
Okay. So you don't even care for like the main heroine?
No way.
The little sister.
Yeah.
Okay, fair. Okay, yeah. I'm actually taking a look. Okay, turn.
Yeah.
I was reading her.
That was so funny. Every single segment with little sister and how she interacted with her big sis and with the protagonist was so amazing, because you as a reader did not know what was going on, because she talked in the most edgy, over-the-top Chuniobi speech all the time. Maybe sometimes you had a glimpse of where she's going on, and the gag was how to translate that, because protagonist was a closest Chunibyo himself, and he understood her perfectly. every time. And he had to be a mediator between her and other people. That was hilarious.
Okay, well, you definitely made me a little bit more interested in Momo Iro, but unfortunately, yeah, the fact that she's just a side seems to be a side character gag is unfortunate, but that does sound funny.
Yeah, those moments were hilarious, and the rest was like whatever, forgettable. That title was the definition of forgettable in my book. Sadly.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, the premise doesn't really sound that bad. Boy marries girl, they share hobbies, explore hobbies, sexy stuff happens. Like, okay, fair enough, right? But it's just no, it just didn't click with me. Despite that one interaction with the little sis was hilarious every time. Made me laugh so hard. And every time I read what she said, I paused and okay, I'll try it first. Because I know already, protagonist will translate it. I need to try to figure out what she's talking about. Let me try it. And it kind of works sometimes. Maybe I understood the general idea. But yeah, that was actually really, really weird score, despite the game having low score in my book. Yeah, and speaking of front wing, I want to hijack the backlog review and talk a little bit about Hasumira. That was a title I read on Steam Deck. I loved it so much reading on the delegation that when I got back, I just didn't boot Steam Deck anymore. I just played it and binged on my PC. This is one of those very rare, surprisingly so, isekai in VN. Because isekai as an anime genre is quite popular and quite overdone at this point. Yet in VN it's quite rare. Because VN tends to go all the way and just say, yes, it's fantasy, deal with it. Whereas not necessarily a story about being transported to a fantasy world. So that was very intriguing. I'm debating. That's why the past was how much spoilers I want to give. But there was a particular setting of how protagonist appeared in the story and how he presents himself. Then in typical MR fashion, I just couldn't forget about it. And in one particular day, I was grocery shopping and it struck me. I know the twist. When I was doing the groceries, I already solved it. I knew it. And it turned to be true also. But it was very interestingly presented. It's a crash landing of a marine on a fantasy setting, and he meets fantastical creatures representing multiple races of demi-humans. That's the basic idea. And he gets dragged into a battle of power between two factions. One is kind of rebellious, uprising faction that he ties with, and the other is on the rise, tyrannical general synopsis. And he uses his otherworldly knowledge to further the technology and understanding of combat because he's being professional marine.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was decently interested in Hatsumir. For one, like you said, very few isekai VNs for some reason. Two, same developer as Grisaya, which while not my favorite series, I figured it's the same writer. They'll have similar storytelling, even though it's an isekai. And then let's see, and then the protagonist. I assume he seems very like a proactive, action-oriented kind of guy. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. For better or worse, those who liked Yuji from Grisaya might like this guy, and on the flip side, if you didn't like Yuji, you might also not like this one.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't say they're identical, but they share some of the traits of how they write protagonists. Yes, they are proactive. Yes, they are coy. And yes, they are very cold and calculated. This is their staple of writing protagonists, I would assume. Although Momoiro Closet wasn't like that. But like I'm saying, this comes from the same author as Grisaya, like you mentioned. And it inherits some of the characteristics from the protagonist.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people who liked Yuji and probably like this guy, well, I imagine most people who didn't like Yuji likely wouldn't even give another Wing Vienna a chance.
Exactly.
But I guess some of me, I'm like kind of more in the middle. Like, I don't think Yuji's like a god tier best protag ever, but he's certainly better than average. But you know, he has his flaws that kind of prevent me from liking him more. But his good overall outweighs the bad for, like, if I were to see another version of him, but like in a different setting, I would be fine with it as long as they did something good with him, of course.
Yeah, I think Yuji stands on his own across the sea of self-insert character with no personality. So maybe that's easy to beat, not big bar, but at the very least he's established. He has his preconceptions, he has his preferences, his opinions. Yeah, you can somehow navigate through that and guide him to the characters you like, but still he stands on his own as his own character.
Mm-hmm.
And I personally liked Yuji in Grisaya. Like, I would tend to agree with you that he's not the best protag of all times, but I actually would rate him as a good protagonist.
Yeah, he certainly breaks the mold enough, and even if you don't like him, at least they tried something different.
Yeah, true, exactly. Yeah. The guy from Hatsumira, Ichiro, definitely continues the trend.
Okay.
And I quite like how they approach the idea of, and again, maybe that's why I'm big on world building, but they made sense of how the geopolitical structures are presented and how different races are in the position they are now. And oddly enough, it takes an outsider perspective to break the preconception that they have. And in this case, kind of like an anime trope. Yeah, he wants to unite everything against a common threat. Okay, power of friendship kinda deal. But they did it in a very interesting way, especially since some of those, how can I say it, negotiation doesn't go their way, and some of those races want to deceive them, and the protagonist will have none of that. And that's actually really interesting. While a lot of those characters that tend to be in media about power of friendships tend to be weak-willed, right? Mm-hmm. And they let be trampled. No. He does not take shit from anybody. So yeah, I really like that one. And it has the reverse approach. While we talked about the true routes, the routing, etc., it actually has what I would presume to be main character and true ending first, and after that you can unlock all the what ifs.
Yeah.
So kind of an interesting inversion of what we talked about. And if you don't like the main girl, you can choose from the others.
Mm-hmm.
This is a title I finished quite some time ago, and I actually want to know if you know about that and this kind of setup. Banyan a la mode. Have you heard about that title?
Wanyan. Yeah, it's like one of those. It's like a cat girl, dog girl VN or something.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah, you seem to like those.
Yeah. Yes, I seem to like those, but not necessarily this. Okay?
Okay.
So, what's wrong with this one? Okay, let's start with that. There is no drama whatsoever in this title. So this day, I cannot, I don't know, I can't believe I read a title without absolutely no. Banyan a la mode was about rival schools, again, that being dog girls and cat girls, in a cafe battle royale of who makes a better shop, something like that. Mm-hmm. And you basically start the title and already all the characters are in love with protagonist. Day one.
Okay.
I mean, kind of novel idea, I get it. But he does not earn anything because of that. And it's so hard to me to keep being engaged with the title. It's hard to describe how dramaless it is all.
Sure.
The biggest drama is, I didn't know you are here. I already like you and love you. Like, what kind of drama is that? Also, I feel betrayed because those are fake cat girls and dog girls, okay? So I feel betrayed personally.
Oh, is it just like girls?
Yeah, it's cosplay, okay?
Girls. Oh, okay. Well, okay.
So on personal level, I'm also betrayed, okay?
Well, I guess maybe their thought process with these kind of VMs, like maybe some people specifically just did it feel like a very nuki game? Like, did they get to like the sex like really quickly?
Kinda. I'll be absolutely honest. I don't remember.
Okay, because when you tell me that, like usually that kind of either moege or nuki they kind of do that, but even some moege can have like at least half attempted drama, but with something like that, that's just that. Basically sounds like okay, they pretty much came in either for the sex or either they really want that fantasy of I want girl in cosplay to like love me immediately for some reason. So I guess they don't want to go through the any drama. It's fun. Instant loving. I don't know.
It's so super weird. I don't know how to describe it the best. Because again, the overall premise is we have this competition between those two restaurants. Okay, fair enough. Mm-hmm. And every so often, I think, like every one event, you get a choice with which girl you talk to, right? So you get to know them. Mm-hmm. And I tend to, when going blindly, talk to at least most of them once to get to know them, right? Fair enough. And it's so funny, this particular title, every single day you get a choice, right? Which to talk, right? Okay. And I ran out of common route and I still kept exploring other characters and the game was like, okay, please pick one character because we don't know how to progress even. It's so hard to describe that I think it was 5 per restaurant, so it was 10 characters in total. Absolute clusterfuck. And before I exhausted first meeting with every character, the game ran out of common route and the competition, so it just kept skipping that part. Just please pick another. Please, anyone progresses. Take an ending, please.
I see.
It's so weird. So my question to you was, have you read or is it common? I don't even know if this qualifies as Moega to have VMs without any conflict, like whatever, drama, nothing happens.
When I say it's common, that's a tough question because at least from what I've read, most Moe at least have something like they'll like let's see,
like a struggle or conflict, drama, something.
Yeah, Yeah. While I struggle to wonder if it's common, I would say it's these types maybe aren't as maybe they just happen to be the ones that I haven't read, but I
Okay.
think there might be there's some titles where I can just while I I had said earlier where I tend to like do a lot of research.
Okay.
There's some where I can kind of tell
Okay, I see.
it's most it's I mean, well, I might have like tried one or two that's like that, and then that's sort of like okay, I can tell there's gonna be like like either zero depth, almost zero, zero struggles. Like let's go with something we both know, like in Nekopara,
Yeah.
like that has at least has some degree of struggle in a way, like where it's volume one and accepting the girl, second cat girl,
Yeah.
or except it's not like the most dramatic thing, but it's something. But
Yeah. Exactly.
going
It has
on,
something. And to be credit, one thing I forgot is in the first volume, there's also the license. That was a very big thing. But categories cannot be unlicensed. Like, okay, fair enough. That's something. That's drama. That's kind of something gripping. And there will be a scene, again, no spoilers, that will play a role, whether or not you're licensed and have the license to prove it, and you are not a stray. And big deal.
yeah. So I guess like use Nekopara as like this weird baseline in my mind. Like, okay, if I think it won't even have, if I feel like it won't have even like a Nekopara related genre, then I'm like, I'll probably I tend to pass on things.
I see.
Yeah, I mean, of course I could be proven wrong.
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
that's why I say I can't say for sure.
Sure.
These days a lot of times I just go off my gut. Like, okay, is there at least one potentially interesting thing? Then maybe I'll read it. But if it's not, I'm like, nah, probably not. So yeah, so for example, that Wanyan, like I mildly kind of sort of eyed it, but then my gut feeling is something. I had a feeling it's not gonna be a Nekopara. Definitely won't be a Wanko to Karaso. Like I said, I'm not even a big fan of Animal Girl stuff to begin with. So if I do read one, it would have to like have something. So if it doesn't even have something from either of those, I'm like, I'm probably good. So, like you said, especially if they're just like fake cat girls. I'm like, oh well, if it's just cosplay only, like who cares? I'd rather go no cosplay than cosplay.
I can understand you, especially since you tend not to like that. And me, who feels betrayed, so it fulfills neither people. Like what?
Yeah.
What? And speaking of, because you name drop one title that is I really enjoy. How do you felt about Wanko to Curaçao? Or did you even read it?
Oh, I read it, and I would actually say I actually read it long before Nekopara was even a thing. So I think I only read it because I think a friend read it. He said it was pretty good. I'm like, okay, well, like I remember at this time there was barely anything translated. I'm like, this is like apparently popular back in the day, not as much these days. But I'm like, okay, I'll give it a shot. And I thought like the way they implemented the dog girl stuff was actually interesting. Like it wasn't just, it's not like Nekopara where it's like, oh, cat girls are just a thing. And I mean, the main guy had like the license and the accepting, but like it felt like Wanko to Curaçao like went like a step further. It's like, oh, this main girl, she was abandoned by a person, and then the main guy's like conflicted. Like, do I even want to? Like, I don't want to deal with this dog girl stuff. But then eventually, of course, he does, and then there's like these other girls. Like, there's more there's surprising amount of drama. Like way more than I was expecting.
Yeah.
I assumed it was gonna be like close to Neko Park. Oh, okay, fine. I'll read this dog girl via. Maybe it'll have some nice moments. But no, they like even the common route. The stuff gets surprisingly kind of dark, like a lot more than expected. Like, what the fudge?
Exactly.
This is darker, arguably darker than like some story VNs I read. Like, what the heck?
Yeah,
but
I was surprised by that too. Yeah,
but Oh yeah, I eventually it did kind of settle into like having a lot of sex scenes. It
Yeah.
felt like Wonka was like this weird mix of okay, we'll have these dark scenes, we'll have these slice of life, then we'll have this sex, and then it kind of switched around for better or for worse. But I personally don't mind it. But if you were like hoping for like maybe one or two genres, it might be kind of off-putting. But that's part of why I made a review on it like 8 years after I read it because I was like, man, this is like it went from kind of popular back in the day to like being like almost no one knows about. Like so, I feel like I want to sell it to someone, and oddly enough, someone I know actually read the end because of my review on it, and
Huh.
yeah, he ended up really liking it too, and we're both like, although funnily, the selling point is supposed to be like the whole dog girl thing, but
Yeah.
the two of us we end up liking what's her face, Risa, the one of the main human girls the most because we thought she was like really funny and it ended up being like the main reason I ended up one of the reasons why I ended up liking it is because she's like a character I really liked.
Yep, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And if I remember correctly, there were two human characters to pick, and Risa was one of them. And her chemistry with the protagonist was very intriguing, I have to say, and how both of them grew into liking and caring for those dog girls. Like, damn, that was nicely done.
Yeah, it was almost like a what one might call like a perfect match because like their circumstances
Yep.
and personalities were like they're kind of opposite personalities, but it still fit, and then they both happen to be in the dog girl thing, and it just everything just worked out, and I really liked that relationship and her route. But, yeah.
Again, I vividly remember the title. It was in places. It was super dark.
Yeah.
The mere fact they incorporated the element of animalistic strength and how that's terrifying in dog girls was something I did not expect.
Yeah, they went deep. Like Nekopara, in comparison, like they kind of have like they do like little things like, oh, you're a cat, so you get attracted to yarn balls or something goofy like that. But this one's like, oh, you're this dog, okay, you can do this job. Oh, you're this dog, okay, you're probably better off as this or blah blah blah. Oh, yeah, your strength, and all that.
You're that species of a dog, so you're susceptible to those kind of urges, including very violent ones.
Exactly. I was like,
what the hell?
Yeah, they went. This author thought really hard about this.
Yeah, they went places. That's true. Yeah, but I think, like you said, mainstreamness of Nekopara outshined Wanko to Curaçao for better or worse, and it went into more of an obscurity, where Nekopara had more of a light-hearted angle and more of a comfortable vibe.
Yeah, I think Nekopara just had a lot of things in its favor. For one, it was officially released on Steam. Yes. Obviously, a big factor. Yes. Two, the art style is, I think, to most people, way better. Like, I mean, I think Wanko sadly has a very dated art style. And it's old. Its resolution is like the really old 800 by 600 or something. So you'd have to specifically seek out something if you want to find it. Yeah. So since it's fan translation only, a lot harder to find. And then, maybe the whole drama with dog girls just maybe it's harder to sell because it's not like, let's say, it's not like a Muramasa where the whole selling point is its unique story. Nekopara is like kind of the other extreme. It's like people tend to like extremes. Like Nekopara is specifically that ecchi, that cat girl goofy viendo with sex, but Michael is like this weird mix of like a lot of things, which works for me, but may not work for everyone.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
And speaking of, because you name dropped Muramasa and I spoke at length before, that's also a title I've been reading and finished recently. What to say? First and foremost, the deluxe edition finally arrived and it's amazing. I was not expecting the high quality of the happy code they gave to be as high as it was. I'm used to, let's say, expecting cheaper stuff because I, in the past, was very disappointed in some of the special editions I got and the quality it had. But no, this one is actually really comfortable and, in my opinion, of a nice quality of material. And the box itself that Muramasa Special Edition was sent in is super nice. But the title proper is such twist and turn on every step. Unfortunately, in a way, I predicted most of that during the common route. But the routes and ending themselves were, surprisingly enough, I still enjoyed the surprise. I definitely...
Oh.
You read it?
I sure did, yeah.
Okay. I definitely liked Ichijo.
Ichijo?
Yeah,
okay.
that route was, in particular, I really enjoyed it.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I was just gonna say, as far as the pre-order thing, I mean, that was by Jast, and I think Jast knew it was like a very hyped title, and I know they don't do as many physical pre-order or physical copies these days, so like it's like what do they do? Like they go all out. Like I've seen previews like when I go to their booths at Anime Expo, and I saw like for example, I think was it Starless? I don't know, one of their VMs, but I know I saw the Muramasa one. Like they put they were showing it off like, oh, that looks pretty cool. Maybe it comes with all that stuff. And going to the actual VN, yeah, I agree. Well, I was that one, like people were like begging me to like go. You have to go in this one blind. You have to go to it blind. And I'm like, okay. Usually I look things up, but that one I'm like, okay, fine. And I'm without saying why, I definitely glad I did because unlike you, I actually didn't predict a lot of things. I felt like the story was still ultimately relatively unpredictable, even though it's like a Nitro Plus title. And when you read a Nitro Plus title, you expect a lot of edginess or or whatever.
True.
Which is unfortunately one of the main things I really don't like about Nitro Plus, which sucks because they tell good stories otherwise. I just don't like. But that aside, Muramasa definitely had a lot of unexpected twists, and I think they did it well. I think even if you knew what was going to happen, it's like, whoa, like this is very unique. Like there's just some things that you just don't see twists like this in any other visual novel. And thankfully for Muramasa's case, it doesn't seem like many VN or companies or Nitro Plus themselves tried to copy Muramasa. It's like they knew, okay, we know no one's gonna try to be like this, so we're just gonna do all these unique things, and then I think that's part of why it lends to the intrigue and like why a lot of people like it. I mean, as far as like the routes go, I basically liked all of them. As far as the girls go, I probably was more into Kanai's over Ichijo's. But they were both interesting different ways. Yeah,
I think her route, Kanai's, had a very interesting middle point when the twist of how can I say it without spoilers? How Kageyaki turned her opinion on him, on her, turn a twist on it. That was super intriguing, I have to say. Yeah, I really like that one, that moment. That was something unexpected, and I did not predict that one. That was so cool.
Yeah, that helped. And going into our personal taste, it's funny. Earlier, you were asking me about weird ratings in visual novels. I think Kanai in that VN was definitely batshit crazy.
True.
Like, let's see. But like, I'm not gonna lie. Part of why I really like her is because she was like, of all like the girls, hell, possibly all the characters, she was like the most prone to like these wacky, weird outbursts that were like they made me like I was laughing my ass off.
Yeah, I agree.
She said like man, like even if I don't like how her route turned out, but I think like I did like she like Muramasa's comedy was like one of those surprisingly good. Like you wouldn't expect it, but like a lot of characters were mostly like snarking at each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Or they're like there's like this it's like these weird low key goofy moments, but like Kanai is just like, no, I'm gonna like say something really dumb, really out loud, or she'll purposefully be like the butt of a joke or something. And it's her reactions are funny.
And it helped that she had a very good dynamic duo with her helper.
Yeah, the old lady.
Yeah.
They were snarking at each other.
That was so cool. I loved it.
Yeah.
Every moment.
Yeah, they've definitely had fun interactions there.
Yeah, so I definitely agree on that. And also I agree how not necessarily the way I would picture her out to turn out it did. So yeah, but definitely they have the quirks and weirdness.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, but ultimately this culminated in a true route, so it kind of fits our previous discussion points of routes and true ends. Although this seems it's hard to how can I say it? I think it's very difficult in Muramasa to say, oh, I like Ichijo, for example, and I'll take it as a headcanon. It's kind of like the moral tends to guide into the true route as the definite.
Yeah, well, it's hard to spoil it, but this is like one of those games you can't really. Well, first of all, there's locked routes, so if you wanted to get someone else, you'd have to read a certain character just to get to unlock certain ones. But even if for some reason that wasn't there, it's also kind of one of those. How do I say this? Yeah, the characters their characters, their personalities may not necessarily coincide with like how their route turns out for you.
Yes.
Like for example, Chachamaru. Oh my god, I think she's like possibly the most popular heroine. But let's be real, her route is. Can you even call it a route?
Yeah.
Exactly. So see, that's like the perfect example of the most popular girl. If you like, oh well, I want to get with her. Well, congratulations, you barely get much of something. So
yeah.
But so yeah, I agree. I agree. This is like one of the cases where it would be kind of for many reasons because Muramasa is just a very unique VN. You can't really just go, oh, this is my headcanon because. Well, first of all, it's a Nitro Plus, so things are most likely not going to be the happiest ending you can think of, regardless. But yeah, I think many times, due to how the interaction, the best you'll get is if you really want H scenes with that character. I mean, I guess you'll get them, but other than that, that's like you're not going to get what you would get, for example, if you did a story VN that's still a lot less dark and less lighthearted. Like that, at least with something like, let's say, a Jisenjo no Mao, like you could easily, even though it's serious, but it's not like hard. It's still, in my opinion, easier to like branch off to and not worry about the true route for some reason. But this one, they definitely like constantly hit hints like, oh, you did this route, but there's more to it that you're missing.
Yeah, and it's hard to create your own headcanon and ignore the rest if you really want to know what was going on.
Yeah, they definitely purposely like, oh, we'll talk a little bit about this thing, but we won't show it later. So if you want to read this other route.
Yep, exactly. But speaking of Chachamaru, that was a character that intrigued me from the start, and her route, if you even can call it that, you're absolutely correct, was very interesting, especially what she brought to the table. And I'm not sure who I would say is my favorite character, but it could be a toss-up between Chachamaru and Muramasa. It actually could be a toss-up between them.
Yeah, that seems to be popular. I mean, yeah. I mean, as if my building up earlier didn't mean. Obviously, my favorite personality wise was definitely Kanai, just because I thought she was hilarious. But I honestly think you can't go wrong with any of the main four because they're all very different and very interesting. So
True.
it just kind of sucks they didn't get equal treatment.
Yes, I know.
But I'd say most of them at least got something that's worth their going on their routes.
Yep, I agree with that. And it took me some time because I was very outspoken with some of the issues the game had with some of the choices and weird segments they had. But ultimately, I grew to really, really, really love the game because I keep coming back and thinking, okay, this did something really interestingly, and it's to this day I remember, that's a very good philosophical point that is hard to forget. And it ties so well with what they did with world building and how the existence of those mecha suits changed the entire landscape. Yet, the simple philosophy of killing still persists, regardless.
Mm-hmm.
I really enjoyed that. Speaking of mecha suits, recently I started Baldur's Sky, and currently I'm on third route, I think. And it has ladder structure, so you can picture where I am in the story, because it has an enforced route order. I'm going completely blind, and so far I'm loving it. It's everything and it's too much for me because I spent so much time on practice mode. It's just crazy. The gameplay just it clicks with me so well. I spent so much time just trying out different combinations. Sometimes I just need to forcefully say, okay, I'll make this save so I can return it anytime I want. I just need to progress with the story because it's so absorbing trying out different combinations. I need to forget about it and progress, finally.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm usually very critical on adding gameplay in visual novels, but with Baldur's Sky, it's like one of the few cases where I actually not only liked the gameplay, like you said, it was almost a selling point in a way. So you kind of it's nice that you have the option to do like up close combos, but personally, I was like more into the how big are the rockets or how much can you like machine gun, but like. But yeah, but of course I've experimented with the physical combos as well, but it's to me this is a random point, but generally in visual novels, I think you got. I'm gonna watch your action your action episode of the of visual the Ensure podcast, which I'm sure I honestly have a lot to say in that, but my personal opinion is I don't really like action scenes in VNs too much because I think they spend a little bit too much time describing what's happening and it breaks the pacing. But with Baldur's Sky, since you're the one basically in charge of the action scenes and the gameplay is fun, it's like, oh, you get to like both kind of experience what the MC's going through, but you get to kind of make the gameplay as fun as you want, the action as fun as you want it to be. So like if you want the MC to just go in and punch everybody, or you want him to like shoot bazookas and machine guns, like you can do it's you have a little opportunity, and then like I said, there's the practice mode where if you want to practice before you like play the actual missions, and you're free to do that. But yeah, ultimately when you're like fighting it's still pretty fun. It's the only thing is it can be a little janky because a little old. It's not. It's definitely no like Bayonetta or Devil May
True.
Cry or whatever. It's has these weird. It's like, oh, if you're this far away, you use this move, and then if you, yeah, there's like little weird just like that.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that helped to me. That actually helped elevate it over like many action VNs in visual novel compared to other visual novels. Because like I said, a lot of the action is you watch a CG or you watch some sprites kind of jumping around, or you just watch like paragraphs of text going, okay, this person released this sword from his sheath, and then he contemplated where to attack, and then this person,
True.
it's so like it's cool. It's a nice intrigue. Like I just want to see the fights. I don't care. It's nice to hear their thoughts, but I don't care that much. Okay.
Okay, I see. You know what's funny, and I'll spoil a little bit of that podcast episode. Is Taurus brought a point in which there is a gameplay VN, an action title that has a segment of gameplay you play. So the story exists, it comes to the confrontation, gameplay start, you do the gameplay ends, and now the CGs of fight start. And when I heard that, I just couldn't believe, because that makes gameplay pointless, because regardless of what happens there, you still get CGs of fights. Why?
Oh my god. Yeah. And just for reference for people who are listening, in Baldur's Sky, during the gameplay, there's still dialogue. So like, you have to go to call the main guy's like, okay, now we have to do this, beat up some enemies, and then they're like, okay, we found the mission, or here's the boss, and then you might have like little interactions after the boss, but it's still in the realm of like the gameplay sprite. You still see the gameplay sprites. You don't get some random CG where there's an extra fight that you don't have control. It's like it's like part of the main point. You control the fights and you get to see it real time. You don't see just a CG.
You perform them. Like, what the hell? That's the best approach. You have pre-battle, so conflict is brewing, people are talking, and it escalates, and fisticuffs, and then aftermath. There is no CG of fighting. That was the fight.
Yeah, exactly. So that helps, but then in addition to the gameplay, there's not. I think it's funny. I think in Muramasa we kind of talked a little bit about the setting. Like the Baldur's Sky is one of its definite selling points to me is like how it makes its setting and like how it kind of tells its story, because the main thing is it's in a like post-apocalyptic thing with mechas, but it also incorporates flashbacks. So it's like, oh, you start from the beginning, but you see the context. So it's not like to make another weird mecha series comparison. It's not like Muv-Luv, where it's almost the opposite in how like they have similar things where it's like it started with high school and it goes to mecha. This is like it mixes the two together, which I probably a reason I slightly prefer Baldur's Gate over Muv-Luv, because Muv-Luv goes completely linear. So it's like, oh, you go full high school, then you slowly get more mecha, and then it's full mecha. But here it's like there's mecha, but now we we met this character. Okay, here's the context of why this character was talking to this character. So it's not like the pacing might be weird to some, but to me, it made it so like you kind of jumped. It's not like what I was talking about earlier. You have that the initial hook is a lot stronger because you start off with the like, oh, we're in a post-apocalyptic one, they're beating up stuff. But now in the middle, you get to see the context, and then once you see like how the past and the present kind of matter to each other, it's like, oh, now I'm more intrigued. Now these fights later on like make more sense, and now I really want to beat this guy up, or I want to see how this relationship turns out and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, even sometimes they use that knowledge of flashbacks that to show your character you don't know, interact, and after a certain amount of time you get a flashback, and then it contextualize what you experienced before, and like, that's why she reacted that way to him. Okay,
exactly. Yeah, it's pretty. I think it's pretty. I think it's pretty. Well, not genius. It's a really nice way to do it.
It's smart.
It's smart. Yeah, but definitely a lot more, because a lot of stories have this flaw where they repeat the flashbacks at wrong moment. Like either too much, or it's like not the wrong moments. But here they do it just about right amount of time.
Yep,
Like, oh,
I agree.
or they might only mildly reference, or like they don't need to like bash their head like, oh, by the way, this is why this character talked like this
Yeah,
at this moment. No, it's
true.
just like, oh, remember this? Oh shit, that's why. Okay.
Yeah, like multiple times now that I experienced protagonist talks to the character. Did you remember the promise? Protagonist is like, fuck, what promise? What promise? I'm like, what promise? I never heard about any promises. You read a couple hours later, you get the flashback. That's the oh god, that's the promise. What?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Baldur's Sky. I mean that visual novel gets a lot of praise, and I can definitely see why. I mean it has its flaws, but I'd say overall it's probably one of my favorite story and gameplay heavy VMs for that matter. So I definitely think it definitely deserves the praise it gets from like the English and the Japanese fan base.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, and I'm probably not even halfway in, and I'm about 70 hours according to Steam.
Oh boy, yeah. And you said you're only on Route 3, supposedly?
Yes.
You got quite a while, my friend.
I can imagine, especially since I'm going for 100% and I'm clearing all the routes with all the possibilities of all the connections.
And the bad ends too?
Yes, everything.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh my god. I would not be surprised if you took like 200, 300 hours at the rate you're going then.
I mean, I'm enjoying the gameplay, so even on the repeated segments, I'm like, yeah, this is the new setup I'm rocking with. Let's try it out. It's janky, it sounds weird, but it kind of works. Let's try.
All right. Well, as long as you're enjoying it, yeah. Because unfortunately, the gameplay aspect kind of makes like skipping the already read text kind of difficult because you can't exactly skip already played gameplay. You still have to do it. But
true.
That's the only thing that stopped me from like reading more of like the like the bad end because they intrigued me, but I was like, I'll just stick with whatever the best end is or something.
Fair enough. The only thing that is, how can I say it, a bit of a letdown for me is they had a perfect recipe. And just to make a note to Muramasa for a moment, because it's kind of mecha and kind of AI with the mech suits talking, right? So they have the parallel. In Muramasa, the theme of the mecha and your AI was unity, because you had to unite and you create a single musha, right? In here, it's more of an extension. You're using mecha as an extension of yourself in an AI space, which is interesting concept.
Right.
A little bit of a twist on that formula, but it works so well because everything else is interconnected to that. Even your UI started very barren, and you keep adding plugins to it all the time. Like that's
cool.
That's super clever. I really liked it. Even the routes themselves are the plugins you can unlock. So at some point, if you mess up a choice, and I think if you land in the bad ending, you get a plugin to see all the structures of a run. So you can change the routes according to flags, etc. Except, for some reason, they only show you the flags you've chosen. For some...
Oh, yeah.
Why? Please just write all of that. It's optional thing. I can turn it off if I don't like it. Ultimately, what that results in, you had a system. Everything was in game. I could manage the entire grid of all the choices, and I still had to Google the choice. Come on.
Whoops. Yeah.
Like, because you obfuscated the ones I didn't choose. So imagine, it's very easy. Let's say I chose a path that says requirement didn't fulfill seeing this event, right? And that there's a name of specific event. So you can, in your head, you can negate that and think, okay, the opposite is me seeing that event, right? Easy enough. But I encountered a choice, win by regular means. What's the opposite? What? Non-regular win? What? I had to Google it. And like, you had an opportunity to make everything self-contained within the same game using plugins. Even the answers to what choice to do if you don't know what weird triggers and flags you need to progress. But I still had to Google those. Come on.
Oops.
Yeah, unfortunate. because everything else is so interconnected, and it so works well with the idea of internet, of being with AI, existing in that cyberspace and having multiple generation of people, some of which are old tech and cannot have the same experience. This is a new uncharted territory. It's it's kind of relatable in a way. Like our kind of generation grew up with internet. Our parents and grandparents did not. It's kind of relatable in a way.
Yeah.
So, multiple level it works.
Yeah.
So so far, I really am enjoying this game.
That's good.
Yeah, I think I just started, or I'm at the maybe middle point because it's hard to gauge on the third route.
Mm-hmm.
I did not clean the second route fully, so I have few things left over, and I completely swept the first one, so I have everything cleaned up there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's my progress, and so far, very interesting, and it's quite old title too, so I am actually surprised by the attention to details, the animation, the quality. I don't know. Movloot was the same. When I read Movloot, how come this is so old yet has so much great animation and details in it? Some of the modern VNs do not reach even 5% of.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's crazy to me. So this concludes my backlog review from VNs that I want to share. Do you have anything from anime maybe you want to share?
Oh god. So here's the thing. With anime, my anime career goes a lot longer than visual novels. Like I've been reading or watching anime since like the mid 2000s. I mean, obviously I had my childhood animes, but like when I started like really watching anime, it was like, oh god, early mid 2000s.
Sure.
Unfortunately, these days it's been harder for me to get like I barely watched any anime. So like the last series I watched was the Aharen San wa Hakarenai, or Reina Aharen is indecipherable. It was some like a slice of life show from like 3 seasons ago.
Okay.
I think I watched it after it aired, and going back to my my weirdo girl bias, I'm not gonna lie. Once one of my friends sold it to me as, "Oh, you like weird girls, right? Yeah, this is like a wholesome show with like a weird girl." Like, okay, fine. And then now she's like one of my favorite. Reina Aharen's like one of my favorite anime girls now.
Okay.
Like, wow, yeah, she's socially awkward, and she's obviously definitely different, but it's a really wholesome slice of life. That's like, usually when I watch like a slice of life anime or VN, it's like my favorite genre of that's like the wholesome side.
Okay.
The fact that you have a wholesome slice of life with like this kind of socially awkward weird girl, but like she just wants to just have she just wants to make friends and talk to people, and then this one guy who's kind of a little quirky himself, like they start talking. They have like these wholesome moments together. And but also she's also like really funny. Like she's just like a lot of things that are definitely not what you'd expect from like a typical main love interest. But I don't think most people. It seems like most people like thought it was just a decent whatever. So I'm like, bruh, this is like a show like literally made for me. It's like, man, like I may not have watched that many anime this year, but I'm really glad I ended up watching this.
Yeah. How do you read those kind of animes? Is that how can I say it? Is that a healing feeling? For example, seeing something so wholesome and slice of life-ish, and at the same time very funny.
Oh yeah, I would say. How would I describe it? Yeah, it's I guess it could be healing, like personal healing, because there is like that official genre of slice of life, iya kaya shikeya, however the heck you say it. It's like, it's iya. I'll spell out just so you're. I'm not.
This is the first time I'm hearing about that. Really? What?
Yeah, so Yashike.
Yashike.
Okay,
Okay.
so have you watched something along? It's called Arya the Animation.
Arya the animation. No, I didn't.
Okay, shoot, this is good. That's the problem. It's not really like the most well known genre. Like some people, like it's like the people who like it know what it is, but it's not like the most like usually when people think slice of life, it's like comedy or stuff or like drama oriented, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like that's like this is like the Japanese name of like the wholesome genre, I guess you can say.
Okay, I found an anime that suits with Yashike.
Okay,
I promise the okay. Senko-san.
say it again.
Senko-san. Helpful Fox Senko-san.
Oh, I've heard of that. I haven't watched it.
Okay. I promise this is not because of the Fox Girls, but it just so happens that it was about average salaryman that was too tired from his work, and that resonated with me so much. I watched that anime.
Mhm.
And it was
Okay.
very definition of you could see yourself in that guy being tired from all the responsibility and daily life to go into something so wholesome and healing after all of that was soothing to see.
Yeah. So it's a yeah, I think basically like the healing aspect. It's like one of those shows where like you're going in, you know like almost every episode you're gonna feel good. Yeah, I guess it's healing. Like whether it's when you have like a long stressful day at work, you just want to like a slice of life that'll either make you laugh or like make you feel good. Oh, it's like for me it's like a god I a self insert almost like man I wish I had a relationship like that, but also like it's also just nice to see other characters. It's like I feel like that seeing characters that just are comfortable with each other, or they're like they can do nice things. You're like man, it just sometimes it's just nice to see like the nice side of humanity, right? Because we get enough of like the news reporting like oh this crime happened today or this bad thing happened. Like it's always nice to remind the world like there's bad sides to humanity, but there could be some pretty good sides to humanity too. Don't underestimate the good sides. And part of why I like it is because it kind of reminds me like even though humans have flaws and there's things I don't like about people, it's nice to watch these kinds of slice of lives and go humanity's not so bad sometimes. We can have some pretty good moments.
Yeah, especially since a lot of those, and again, but based mostly on my knowledge of Moeges and or Senko-san, you see the struggle of that person. You see yourself also struggling in life. Life's not easy, and let him deserve his peace, right? Right? Let him heal, right? Right? Root for the guy. Yeah, flip that tail, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically why I like Yash the wholesome anime and why I like Ahara in particular, just because it's like a type of girl that I personally like.
She definitely passes the weird waifu quota, right?
Oh, 1000%. Like she's up there.
Okay.
I'm like I didn't think it was I didn't like oddly enough the weirdo thing was kind of more of like a recent realization. Like it wasn't until like for example, I think a lot of people knew me as like the Kotori Kanbei from Rewrite fan, and I mean obviously her English and all that was really funny, but like I just thought she was just a unique character that just was also a childhood friend character. Like okay, maybe I just like childhood friends that just know how to be funny. But then when I get introduced to all these characters like Mashiro from Big Lovers or Hinami from A Sky Full of Stars or Kanai from Mirror Moss, I'm like, maybe this archetype is kind of rare, but I guess this is the type I like. And then when I thought I kind of go through these other heroines, so I'm like, okay, but yeah. Then now but then when I look at anime, like there's some that kind of fit the bill, but like none that like was like a top tier favorite. Then like when I found her, it was like came at the perfect time. Like wow, she like fit like everything that I like in these other VN weird girls. Like, yes, got it. I don't.
Can you pinpoint a specific character that made you the aware and had the waifu weirdo awakening?
I would say Making Lovers released in English in like
Mhm.
early 2020. I think that's when I kind of first got, I guess you can call, awakened to it.
Uh-huh.
Like I thought before that I thought I just liked a mix of like Dere Dere, Genki, and
Okay.
Childhood Friend or something, and then like you can joke. But then like Mosh, when I read Mashiro's like tags on VNDV, like, oh, okay, she's like, I just assumed, oh, she's just like a gamer girl that likes to joke a lot. But then when I read her out, like there's not many characters that are like her. Like she definitely is a lot different than the average, and that was like part of the charm. There's like, she's not just a tsundere, she's not just a tomboy, not just a gamer girl, not just a gang girl. She's like a weird mix of like different things, but she also like knows how to joke around and be playful. But at the end of the day, she's still a character. She is still like a character, a girl, under it all. But so she's not just like, it's not like she's just like a gimmick character. I mean, she has your gimmicks, but she still feels like she's still written well enough to feel like a real person, just definitely different. And I kind of realized like maybe I just like girls that are different, I guess. And then when I read other VNs like like the Sky Full of Stars, Fine Days, Muramasa, shit, what else? The other ones that like they're kind of rare. Like, okay, maybe this is the type that I like. Them, so I kind of just accepted it at that point after a while. Yeah.
Let me, because you're describing both the slice of life-ish titles and some weird characters. And I, again, not sure how much it suits with that description, but I vividly remember anime Mashiro Iro Symphony that had a character you might like. It was a weirdo wild maid that was self-proclaimed wild maid that just existed and helped whoever. You might enjoy. And the series itself were slice of life fish with the wholesome twist on it.
What was her name? What was the character's name? Do you remember? Or the color of her hair, at least? That might
Green.
Help. Okay, because I'm just looking at my anime list. It looks like was it a Angelina Nanatsu Sewell?
Yes.
I was just thinking it's funny. Her nickname is Ange. Like just like huh.
That's true. Oh my god, that's true.
Huh. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I have heard the name of this, and if I'm not mistaken, it might have originally been a visual novel, but it might.
It's not translated.
I just don't know if it's translated.
Exactly.
It's not translated. Or
nope.
It is?
It's not.
Shit. Okay. Well, I guess I can watch this to get a. Oh well, I mean, I will consider it at least. If you think it might be something I don't like. I barely know anything about this series besides the name. So
at least it's short because it's 12 episodes, for better or worse.
Sadly, yeah. But that's just anime these days in general. These days.
But what I mean is, if you wouldn't like it, at the very least, you won't spend much time on it, right? So that's the worst that can happen.
Sure.
So it's quite brief. I personally liked it really much, very much. And the moment they have the VN translate, I want to try it, read it.
Okay, cool.
It's from the same guys, if I remember. Paulette did the Saku Saku. Let me just double check that. Yeah. Yeah. And they did Saku Saku, and I like that one also.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that was my. I mean, that was your anime.
That's basically. Yeah. Other than that, I watched a few movies.
Okay.
Let's see. I think that this is a really I think this is a popular movie. Like when it first came out, but it was called. Do you know the I Want to Eat Your Pancreas?
No, I mean I heard about it. It sounds weird, so probably that's why I heard about it. But I never watched it myself.
Yeah, I watched it with a bunch of friends recently, and yeah, despite the quote unquote the weird premise, it's actually surprisingly down to earth. There's no like I guess minor split. Well, I kind of want to say, but it has like it acts as a pretty interesting drama and all that stuff, and obviously has a little romance. But I thought the way it progresses pretty cool. But yeah, these days, if I watch anime, it's either I watch it with friends or it would have to have something that very specifically appeals to me, like for example, like Reina Aharen. But I tried like a little bit of like other series, but I never got caught up to them. Like for example, I watched a few episodes of that Spy X Family, but I didn't get that far. God, yeah. The thing is, a lot of these are not recent. They're like 4 or 5 months ago. That's how little I watch anime these days. Despite some of my friends being like, "Yo, you gotta watch this new awesome show. It's really so good." I'm like, but I still have VNs and I'm still behind on this show.
I mean,
Well,
you were so fast on it. I didn't get the opportunity to give the question because due to the fact of the VN that takes a lot of time, I tend to, on my own, play VNs, and when it comes to anime, I tend to watch them with friends. So I was going to ask you the same, but you already answered the question that you tend to watch anime with friends. Okay, fair enough. Although I wanted to relate the same question, last one, that I didn't get to ask, but how do you feel about watching together VN? Because you said so before that you tend to get sidetracked because of the people on your Discord who stream VNs. How does that experience relate to you watching anime together with a bunch of friends? Is it similar? Is it different? I personally had an experience of reading VN together, but it was very brief, so I hadn't much exposure.
Well, I suppose it's similar enough. I would say the main difference is since a VN, you get to control the pacing by whoever's streaming. It's not like a movie or anime where you have to like quickly give like your feedback or else next scene's happening. But with a VN, like for example, if a funny scene happened, you can stop really quick and you can kind of talk about like, oh holy crap, I don't know what's gonna happen, or did you see when he talked about this? And you can scroll up the text like, oh shit, yeah, I didn't notice that. So you can make the experience even more interactive by like by kind of talking about it as you go, because with a visual novel there's a lot more talking and it's gonna be a lot longer because these are like at least 20 to 30 hour experiences on average. And then outside of that, it's like I guess there's like a little, since there's also with VNs you also get to there's choices, right?
Yeah.
So if the reader doesn't already have like a route order they would want to go, and like it's kind of funny to like be like, hey, you should pick this choice if you to do this. So like for example, there's somebody I gifted Making Lovers to, and he was interested in Mashiro just because like this guy kept obviously I show her a lot, but then like there's a really early choice where oh god, it's just not a major point. Like there's a major choice where like your best friend in the game is like, hey, I want to cook you up on this blind date, and you can say yes or no. And then like the guy's like, well, I'm kind of interested in Mashiro. You said so. I'm like, so maybe I would think not to go on this route. But then I'm like, well, how do you know it's not Mashiro? Maybe you should take it and find out. So you can like kind of do a little trolling if you know what's going on. So it's as long as like the interactivity can have like user feedback to it, you can kind of make the playthroughs more fun. In addition to like commenting on like the little jokes or like the little. So it's fun. It's definitely fun in its own way.
Okay. When I read together, we were 3 people. And we read together Hatoful Boyfriend. And our gimmick was that we were supplying the voices for the characters. So I don't remember who voiced what, so I won't go into that specifics, but we definitely did troll for whoever had the most trouble with that character to voice that. So we picked the choices to guide to that character more. So like, oh my god, another one? Okay, fine, I'll voice it. So I understand that kind of vibe, and it definitely resonates with the comedic VNs and comedic moments.
Sure, yeah.
Probably it would be too awkward with the age scenes, etc., and or super serious and dark VNs, because I don't know, it kind of spoils the mood, I would assume. And again, I'm speaking from the experience from only reading in same space, not on Discord share, right?
Yeah.
So it kind of has different rule sets, right?
Mm.
As for the anime, yeah, I tend to watch it also together with my friends, so I get that. So I can, at the very least, hearing you say about shared VN experience, I can definitely relate, because that would seem like a fun way to experience it, especially given that in the past, when reading, even though not together, not in the same time, when reading in the same general time span and talking about that in quite real time with other people, that's really fun. So I remember that being the case with Fate Stay Night. When I was reading that, my best friend, the guy who recommended me, also was reading at the same time as me. So we were pretty caught up with each other, and we pretty much daily talked about it. It's not that far off from what you're describing in reading at the same time.
Okay, yeah. Yes, you can kind of talk about it as you go.
Exactly.
But you're just kind of watching it together, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was doing with like a kind of recent VN that someone else is streaming. So we both are brand new. There's, like I said earlier, there's some VNs that I know when I get to like control of it, but there's some where I'm like, I'm also experiencing it for the first time, so we can kind of guess together, like, oh, so I wonder if it's this or I wonder if it's that, and blah blah blah. So like, I don't know. It's fun. It's kind of fun because usually when you read a VN, you're kind of by yourself, so you have to either wait when you're done so you can talk about it with people after the fact, but you don't have the mid watching experience. So
true.
It's like when you're watching like an anime weekly. Like that's like what most people kind of do. Like, oh, do you see the newest episode where blah 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 happened? And then they're like, oh yeah, I wonder if X person's gonna fight X character, or if like this person's gonna die. Like that's, to me, it's kind of like a similar-ish experience with VNs, but it's just a lot longer generally.
Yeah, that's true. Probably this is why watching currently ongoing anime is so popular. Because, yeah, you're in the middle of conversation with others that do exactly as you.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, I want to go back to one point specifically. You mentioned that in VNs, it's so much easier to control the flow, meaning if something funny happened or something a person wants to focus on, you can just pause experience and or review the backlog of what was said before, which is not necessarily the case with anime, right? Because it's ongoing. It just progresses automatically, right?
Things are happening.
Yeah, things are happening. It's funny that you mentioned that, because in my group specifically, we do often, I mean, this is, how can I say the best? We do pause when stuff is happening and we want to talk about it. We trust each other not to pause too often, or that would be super annoying. But when something really important happens and our twist is revealed and we want to review what we know up until this point, we, without hesitation, pause. And it's acceptable in my circle that I watch anime in. How's that? Do you pause ever in your?
For the little that I do occasionally, but like it's not like we're pausing. Like,
yeah, fair enough.
It's not like with a VN. It's not like with a VN. We could like after like 10, 20 lines, we'll make a little comment that could like go to like a 5-minute conversation. Then we'll finally continue. But the anime, usually it's like maybe if it's like really important or like something that really sticks out, maybe. But for the most part, we'll just let things rock, because like we're watching, especially when you're watching a movie, which is usually like an hour and a half to 6 or to 2 hours straight. You don't want to waste people's time
and break the flow, right?
break the flow, yeah. But with an anime episode, maybe more. It's more likely because it's just 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think whenever possible, I try not to pause it on the episode, but rather in between those, right? So when the ending is happening or something like that. But
yeah, okay.
Sometimes it's such a reveal in the moment, we just pause it because we need to talk about it or something. So it's not that big of a taboo, although I understand your point that it kind of breaks the intended flow and you sit anime to watch it, not to pause constantly, right? Makes sense.
Yeah.
And speaking of anime, did you hear about Chainsaw Man and did you watch it?
I know of it.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, I've not watched a single minute of it, and
Okay.
I know that's like one of the current biggest shows.
Yeah.
But it's like I said earlier, I've watched so many big shows. I haven't watched, so now Chainsaw Man is just one of many that I would like to watch someday, but I just haven't at all.
Well, how can I say the best? I am watching it week by week, which I tend not to do ever, but just in a spirit of Christmas, we did on this server a gift exchange. So we gave each other recommendations to watch weekly and talk about it. And I got Chainsaw Man. I keep watching it weekly. Just like let's try it once. And it's definitely annoying in how some of the episodes ends because I don't really like cliffhangers from episode to episode. That's why I tend to binge all of the episodes at once because it's just while some people like to speculate between episodes, oh, what happens? Will he survive? Will that happen? I just don't care. Like, can we move on? Where is the next episode? I don't want to speculate for nothing, especially if the next episode I answer that's already like, why? What's the point? So I tend to binge, and probably this is why I like VNs so much more because they tend to be complete, start to finish, not like an anime season, and maybe you get a second one someday. Well, with VNs, you tend to get complete package from start to end.
Yeah, that has been part of the appeal. Why, slightly the reason why I've been leaning more towards VNs because like the anime, you don't know if it's gonna, and especially if it's like a shonen series. But even when it's not, like you don't know, like will character get with X, which I guess is usually part of the appeal. Like for something like a long running anime like that quintessential quintuplets, which only just ended recently. But like with season 1, most likely not gonna happen unless it's a very special show. But
True.
Yeah, and then with shonen, yeah, you unless it's guaranteed to be like a 50+ episode show, very likely it's not going to end. So you're going to get cliffhangered for a year or two till you get to season 2.
Yeah. So again, similar to you, I have my roots in anime, but recently, due to the fact that I have very limited time and tend to on my solo time prefer VNs, I just barely touch animes whatsoever. And when I do, it's for a special occasion with friends. And we tend to have our favorite series, and we tend to watch mostly continuations. For example, Overlord. That's the one series we like. In addition to anime, also read light novels, so I'm pretty caught up on that. And this is our time. Yeah, we congregate together and we have time with anime.
Okay.
But speaking of manga, do you read manga?
Very barely. Like, let's put this to put it in perspective. I've watched like 500 or so anime. With manga, I don't even think I've read 50. If that, like, I don't even know if I've read 40. So, like, my anime list has like, I've completed 38, and there might have been some I've started, and some that a bunch that I've probably tried to drop. But yeah, I have definitely have not read nearly as many. And vast majority of the time, it's like, okay, I'll just read the manga because either the anime is guaranteed to not continue, or the anime did something different. I can think of like maybe 5 or 10 series where I read a manga where I had I had no anime experience before or anything. So it, to me, it's like manga's just like a visual novel, but with no color and no voice acting.
I mean, yes, exactly. I don't know. There are some mangas definitely I read and enjoyed. To Lovro, I read from start to finish in manga. But again, I read it after watching it as anime.
Yeah.
World God Only Knows, I read it as manga after watching the anime.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
I had exactly the same pattern. Although there's one particular manga I recently found, and I reading off and on because it works in a short burst of comedy. I don't know if you heard about Isekai Ojisan.
Oh god, isekai. That's like the one genre I've like barely dipped my toes in. I don't want to get in that rabbit hole.
Yeah, but this is very interesting twist on all of that. But probably you need to know the genre
No, the twist to begin with, yeah.
before you know the twist. The idea is,
Mhm.
and I think they recently even got an anime adaptation. The idea is the star of the show is an uncle who returned back from isekai.
Uh-huh.
So he was in a coma for like 10 or 20
Okay.
years, and he returned back from that fantasy, and he's in modern world.
Okay.
And it's very comedic in how they present his exploits there, as well as his overpoweredness that he inherited from there. And it's so weird because I think the twist is so much better if they give it earlier. So that's why it's one of the examples I don't hesitate spoiling a little bit, because his superpower that he retained, and just to briefly glance over the cliche in isekai, is after you die. In his case, he went to coma. You get to have an adventure in a fantasy world, often with some sort of one gimmick you get as a start. And his was translation. And that power is so phenomenally creatively used. I cannot describe in words. The power of talking to everything and everyone. That's his superpower, because he talks to basic elements in the world. And that fantasy world was consisting of fairies who guides multiple things. So he could ask them to, for example, grab light. So he formed a sword from beams of light and could cut through all the bars in the prison. And it was super creative how they use it in flashbacks, because when he talks about his exploits in isekai, it has to be through flashback because he's no longer there. And his disconnect from his experience and how badly he was treated in isekai, unlike most protagonists, he was seen as an outsider and an enemy by everybody all the time. And the only way he lived through all of that is because he could translate and finagle some way to live for that. And due to the amount of time that passed, he is so lost in all the technology and all the advancement of modern civilizations. And that, in addition to him retaining power from the fantasy world, that is such a cool disconnect of how he views things, how he solves things, how he even tries to connect with his nephew, who was the one who cared for him when he was in coma, and now he cares for his uncle. It's such a funny comedy. I really enjoy reading his books, and that's pretty much the only manga I'm reading.
Okay.
It's interesting concept, but other than that, all my mangas that I read is something I knew from other medium that didn't finish, but I heard that it had manga off. So I'm in the same vein. With that being said, I have also a question. Do you have anything in gaming or weeb adjacent things from backlog you finished or played recently?
See, video games is an interesting one. I used to be like all in on like the single player games, like JRPGs. Well, but for some reason, like the last year or maybe last 2 years, I've been more into multiplayer games.
Okay.
I've been kind of been liking like the social aspect of gaming. So like for example, at my friend every 3 or so months I go to a friend's house to play. We have these console game parties.
Okay.
But honestly, one of my favorite things to do is just play Jackbox. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, Jackbox party games.
Yeah, it's literally just literally a bunch of mini games where they're goofy. There's like there's trivia games, there's wordplay games, there's really weird games, and honestly, the fact that like you only need one game, and you just connect with like your browser or phone, or whatever.
Yeah.
Makes it easy to just it's funny like this goof off and laugh with people, and
True.
it's infinite replay value as long as you all agree that which games are good.
Yeah.
Similarly, like things like like for example, like Mario Party, like that's another Mario Party game equivalent. But even with like PvP games, like I've always been a fan of fighting games. That's like my going back to Baldur's Sky. A part of why I liked Baldur's Sky's gameplay is it had like a fighting game ish combo system. So, for example, let's see. Well, I haven't played as many of the newer fighting games, but like that's usually been like my go-tos. Like it's like one of those if someone hits me up like, hey, you want to play, for example, the new like Street Fighter 5 or the Street Fighter 6 closed beta, or what's that DC Super Smash Brothers rip off? That one.
Yeah. Oh god.
Yeah, that one I tried a little bit, and then Super Smash Brothers is like one of my go-to. I can play literally anytime I want and like get addicted for like hours kind of games. So yeah, these days I haven't been playing as many single player. It's like most of my single players have been visual novels, to be honest.
Fair enough.
And as far as weeb stuff goes, I've been getting more into card games again. So, for example, at that console game party I just talked about, my friend introduced me to this Digimon one, and I grew up playing stuff like Yu-Gi-Oh, a little bit of Magic the Gathering, a little bit of Pokemon, but this Digimon one's like really surprisingly simple, but fun and not too deep and degenerate. Like for example, current Yu-Gi-Oh, I tried a little bit last year. I'm like, oh my god, this is too degenerate. I can't play this consistently. I'll get too mad. But I mean, to be fair, I've only played Digimon like 1 or 2 days, but it seems like it's a lot more balanced, and I want to try like finding people in person to play, because it just seems like there's like a lot about the game I don't know yet. So I think starting even tomorrow. Tomorrow night, I want to like try going to this game shop. They said, "Oh, we have these card game tournaments like after night." Like, okay, cool. Let's go after work, and yeah, hopefully that goes out well. Turns out
sounds cool. I haven't been to locals in forever. I've been an avid card game player. Oh god, for a long time. Digimons. Let's start with that. I recently also tried the Digimon card game, and I feel like it's very intriguing way of developing a modern card game in how they treat both the deck construction and the resource system. Although I have absolutely no ties to the IP itself, so I have no idea what's the Digimon and why some of the Digimon looks like humans. That's my bigger questions. So... Why there's a Digimon that is basically an angel with very human female features? I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like an Angelmon or something like that it's called, right?
Yeah, there's Angelmon, there's a bunch of others, but yeah.
I don't know the deep lore, sorry. But I tried the card game and it was very intriguing, I have to say. I really liked it. But then again, I am a very hardened card game player. I played both Magic. I currently also play Yu-Gi-Oh with the most current meta on ladder, and I have no problem with that on all the tournaments. So yeah, I know the meta, what you're talking about, what it's like in the modern era.
Yeah. Yep. Unlike you, part of what interested me was my deep lore with the Digimon anime. Like that was definitely a childhood anime. I watched season 1 and season 2 back when I was like in middle school or something. But I even watched up all the way up to I think it was Digimon Savers or Data Squad, where I don't like that one as I've kind of liked the newer Digimon seasons a little less, but like I still have nostalgia for like seasons 1 through 5, and they remade, or not remade, they made sequels of the first two series recently, which I enjoyed. But yeah, but going back to the card game itself, yeah, I basically picked a deck that was like based around my favorite Digimon, which is Imperial Dramon.
Huh?
Yeah, and it was nice to like apparently have a deck that has like a really cool effect once I knew what the game was doing, but like it incorporates stuff from like the Digimon series like as part of like the mechanics. So, for example, in Digimon Season 2, there's like this part in the series where two Digimon can DNA digivolve, or in the Japanese version they call it Jogress evolution. And the way they implement it in the card game is, if you have two champion levels, as long as you have the ultimate card in your hand and you basically put the two champions together, you can digivolve them for free instead of having to pay like 3 or 4 or whatever. So there's like little cool things like that. Like, damn, this like I like this Digimon a lot and I like their effects, but the fact that just the extra step to like add this cool feature is pretty sick.
I'm listening to you speak about card games, and I wonder, have you ever heard about LCGs? Because the way you describe it seems to be you experienced TCGs, meaning trading card games, right?
Yeah, I've mostly done like trading card games, yes.
Okay. LCGs, which translates loosely to living card games, is quite different, with probably most notable Netrunner. This might be a very tonal shift from what you describe, like Moega and safe, wholesome thing, but you might actually enjoy playing Arkham Horror living card game. This is
Arkham Horror?
Yes. This is a card game that uses book and gameplay of cards to tell narrative and atmosphere of what it is to face unknown horrors. This is cooperative card game, which I really recommend to really give it a try. As for the competitive, if you're more into 1v1, there's Android Netrunner, which is again a living card game that is based around the idea of hackers hacking corporations to get their secrets. And why specifically I made the distinction between LCGs and TCGs? I just can't deal with TCGs, I'll be honest. The artificial scarcity, I don't believe it has a place, and it's such a scammy business model in its root core. It is basically loot box.
Don't get me wrong. I 1000% agree. To be honest, that's part of why I stopped, because I was like, okay, I'm not gonna, because it's with the trading card game. The idea is, okay, you either roll the dice with booster packs and then you rage when you don't get what you want. I mean, I experienced that a lot back in middle high school. There came a point where I'm like, okay, I need to stop wasting money. But like, the thing is, if you know what you want to deck, you want to build like through like those simulation programs, these singles, like depending on which ones you get, can be really expensive. Like, it's nice if you can guarantee, but like when that very important card is like $50, I'm like, no, like that.
Yeah.
But even when it's like as high as like $10, that's already like kind of. Do I really want to spend $10 just for one card? I don't
on
play
cardboard. Come on, $10 cardboard. What is going on?
Yeah, but yeah, like you said, it's a very scummy business. But unfortunately, card games can be addicting. But I guess the good thing is, going back to what you're asking about live card games. So when they implement card games in a game like that Arkham Horror or whatever, it's pretty nice. So you still have the ability to strategize and stuff, but you just have to assume fight against a computer in a story heavy way, and not just just beat them purely in the card game and then there's some story. It seems like it's like it's integrated with the story, right?
Yes. And LCG aspect means if there exists any boosters, expansion, whatever you name it, there is absolutely no randomness within. Meaning you know what you get. So on the box, it says what kind of cards you get, and you get them all. No randomness whatsoever, no loot box. That's why it's called living card games, not trading card games, because trading assumes scarcity of resources, that being cards, and you need to trade them to get what you want.
Yeah. That reminds me. I know of this game, but I don't know what category it falls into. But isn't Slay the Spire a popular card game-ish game?
Yes, it's a roguelike.
So that's a roguelike. Okay.
Yes, a roguelike that uses cards. And in my opinion, despite it probably not being the most popular, with roguelike popularity probably Binding of Isaac taking the cake even today, being the most popular, in my opinion, is the best one.
Really? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know some people who have hyped it up as both a roguelike and a card game. So I'm like, okay.
In my opinion, it's crazy good. I cannot describe in words how cleverly balanced it is and how well tuned all the numbers on it are. The mere fact. Okay, rolling that back. Do you know what a roguelike is?
I have a general idea. Like I played a little Binding of Isaac. Yeah.
Okay, so it is a generated run that you try to make the best of. So you get a generated level, you get generated loot, whatever it may appear as, and you try your best to finagle a win out of all of that. Fair enough. Now, what they did is made a deck builder that is also a roguelike. Do you know what a deck builder type of game is? Star Realms is a popular deck builder. Dominion is popular deck builder.
Yeah, I can only guess, but I don't want to. I can only kind of guess, but I don't know 100%.
Okay. The part of the game and playing the game is building the deck. It's not outside of the play. So, for example, Yu-Gi-Oh is not a deck builder because you construct a deck outside of play and then you play with your deck. Whereas in deck builder games, part of playing the game is building the deck.
Okay.
And through time, your deck evolves from your choices and how you manage your deck. And what they did with Slay the Spire is crazy that they made an important choice of not adding cards. It's one of the most important part because you understand now, because something having a consistency is a very important idea in card games overall. And in that particular game, if you aim to make a coherent strategy, you also need to aim and manage the consistency of your deck. You cannot keep adding cards because it makes digging for the ones you need so much harder. So how greatly they fine-tune all the numbers, cards, effects, and interactions that not picking cards is a super valid choice in all the choices you make in that game.
Okay. Well, yeah, all the talk about it was definitely so. After you explain it, that makes so it's basically you have the roguelike, but you have the deck building stuff, and then the actual card game. So it's kind of, as you can see, why it's popular.
Yep. The art style is very peculiar because it's not necessarily everybody's cup of tea. Definitely me being as a weeb anime fan with adjacent interests, it's not necessarily that appealing. It's very westernized. Fair enough. But I would say the gameplay proper is so much... I don't like to use the word addicting because it has bad connotation with it, but it's so intriguing. You want to keep making one more run. Just one more run. What could possibly go? Just one more run, okay? I'll go to sleep, but one more run.
I mean, I would definitely call it addicting. I don't care about the negative connotation. I don't care about the negative connotation. I'll admit when a card game or whatever, or game or anime or VN is addicting. It's basically the idea is you want to keep going even though you should be doing something else, but it's like you can't stop. It's like it keeps dragging you in, even though you should. Like even when you should be playing it, you're thinking about you're still thinking about like okay, I want to. It's got your brain thinking about it, right?
Yeah. And speaking of those games, I want to address a person from the chat who mentioned Hades. Yeah, I definitely think Hades could have taken the cake from Binding of Isaac. I completely forgot about it, and I played Hades. It's also a roguelike. Definitely one of the best I played. And speaking also of gaming with your friends, I did experience Among Us. I don't know if you had the chance.
Of course.
It's
mm-hmm.
It's such a blast when we had 10 people playing Among Us and we knew everybody on the call. It's so fun and at the same time heartbreaking when you understand who betrayed you and you trusted that person. How could they?
Yeah, I know Among Us is like it's like a game that was probably bigger like a year or whatever ago. But you know when it got popular, I mean I would definitely play with a bunch of real life friends online, and like you said, it's kind of like when you get betrayed or someone does something you don't expect, or they're really good at lying, or they kill you or whatever. It's exactly games like those that like make me like the social aspect of gaming these days, because I've played so many single player games. Like I kind of realized, man, I missed a lot like playing these multiplayer games, because the only multiplayer games we had were just like FPSs or like Mario Kart. But like when we have like these ones with interesting genres, like it's like Among Us, where it's like I forgot the exact genre, but it's like a wolf,
werewolf
werewolf mystery games. Like, who made who's making games like this in 20 or 2001, for example? Like it's not possible without the internet.
Yeah.
So it's cool that they implemented that and it got popular, and people still mean it to this day. So it says something.
Yeah, it's kind of like a werewolf battle royale dev game. Among Us has Tauros written all over it, okay? When I hear him speak about all of those social deduction games, I'm like, did you play Among Us? Because this seems tailor-made for you.
See?
Speaking of games to play with friends, I sometimes wonder, because I'm in similar vein, I used to play a lot of RPGs, not necessarily JRPGs, that kind of avoided me. I was on the Western streak mostly. But recently, I think when it comes to gaming, I tend to gravitate toward some sort of multiplayer games. Again, probably because when I have alone time, I'm just playing visual novels, okay? So craving social interaction in other areas might be this common ground of visual enjoyers.
Yeah, so it doesn't help that I don't know how old you are, but when I was like when I was a teenager, like games were only kind of sort of getting more accepted. Like back then, when I was like in middle high school, like you get made fun of, like, oh, you're that
nerd
guy, you're that weird guy, like nerd that likes Nintendo or Yu-Gi-Oh. Like but then like now it's like the opposite. Like now it's like this is like how people want to make friends. It's like, oh,
it's
you both like Among Us. We can meme about like that Among Us or Undertale or whatever. Like we can, and it's easier. It's feel like it's easier to do that with a game, like Among Us or Jackbox or I don't know, random, even like a whatchamacallit, like a co-op game. So like back when Portal was popular, like Portal was like Portal 2, the first one with multiplayer, like being able to just like solve a puzzle with like a friend was like a huge upgrade for me over the original Portal, because like you can troll each other, but at the same time, like, okay, let's get serious. Like you'll actually solve the thing together. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm thinking about the top multiplayer games. Now that you mention it, that you tend to like those kind of games, and playing with friends with weird gimmick, I think you might actually enjoy Plate Up. It's a co-op game about running a restaurant. I don't know if you've ever played Overcooked.
I have played Overcooked, yes.
Yeah, so this is in similar vein to Overcooked, but in roguelike elements.
Oh, man, everything's roguelike.
Yeah, it's very popular right now. But the idea is, while Overcooked had an idea of puzzle, something happened in that level, and there was a gimmick you had to overcome to get 3 stars. I think it was the best rating, right?
Yeah.
And serving that specific dish in that specific environment.
Yeah.
In Plate Up, you basically pick the dish, you pick the layout of your restaurant, and over the course of days, it becomes increasingly difficult because of stuff you need to manage. First, you need to only manage let's just a brief example. Burgers. You open a burger joint.
Yeah.
So, okay, you and your friends, okay, you make the patty, you grill them, I'll serve them. Okay, fine. You have your roles. But then on day 4, now people can order sides, and someone burgers with tomatoes. Okay, so you make the patty, you grill them, you chop the tomatoes, I'll serve them. Okay, next, they arrive, so like day 7. Now it's a carrot soup is also. Okay, some people will ask about carrot soup, so be ready and cook some more. You do the patty, you chop the tomato, and I'll serve them. You see the point. It escalates slowly but surely.
Yeah. Sure.
And it's hectic enough that it's so fun to organize your structure and your cooperation with your friends. So I recommend you might really enjoy that one if you liked Overcooked.
Yeah, I liked it enough. Yeah, I'll look into it. Yeah, a lot of there's no shortage of video games these days.
Fair enough. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was what I was playing with my groups. And we really like
cool.
Plate Up. Yeah, that was probably the last topic from the backlog review from gaming I have at the very least, because I don't think I played anything else. Because like I said, between my time with friends, this is spent either on playing board games or cooperative games. We rarely even have time for anime because we like to binge, and it's not that easy to just binge 12 episodes, for example, in one sitting.
Yeah.
As for my alone time, is just visual novels with huge backlog. But slowly but surely, I'm making progress. Oh yeah, before we end the segment, I wanted to ask you, because I kind of skimmed on it. What's your favorite fighting game?
Oh my god, that's such a hard one. See, okay, here's the thing.
I mean, you're the VN purist, right? Surely Smash Bros is not a fighting game, right?
I guess I'm not as much of a purist, because I would say it technically is, but I definitely do know people who don't consider it just because it's like whether because it's a platformer or it's a party game because there's too many items. So
I'm joking. I mean, I don't mind either way.
I mean, if we include Smash Brothers is easily the top. Like it's like I said, it's one of those ones. It's those games where I play with a friend that's like even half as like even around my level. I'm addicted for like several hours, unless like my hands are hurt. But
yeah.
But if we're talking like the traditional 2D or even like a 3D fighting game like Tekken or something, that's a little tougher because there's a lot that I like, but they all have like a gimmick that like is both makes it stand out, but also has like a bunch of flaws. So just giving some examples. So Blaze Blue, a game that I assume you like, right?
Yeah.
You like the story, but do you also like the gameplay?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, Blaze Blue, I guess let's go with Central Fiction.
Yep.
I have a nostalgia. That's like the first anime fighting game I got into, and on one hand, I love the gimmick, like the character gimmicks, like they all have their
Drives.
D moves, but your drives, yeah, and it makes them like stick out more than the average anime fighting.
Yep.
But I hate I hate how combos are freaking like 20 hits minimum
I see.
for like a base combo, and then if you want to do your include micro dashes and super jumps and all, it's oh my god, I have to memorize all this just to like maximize a little bit more damage. Like, this is so dumb, but it sucks because I like the neutral, I like the gimmicks, but yeah.
That's
Blaze Boost.
That's very interesting that you say that. Who do you play with fighting games then? Before we jump off the topic, I wanted to dive a little bit deeper onto the sensor fiction. So I want to know that.
Like you said, who do I play with? Well, when I first started out, talk about communities. I think Blaze Blue was still like kind of the niche fighting game. Like this is way before we had rollback, right?
Yeah.
So like, at the time, I didn't know anybody who played Blaze Blue. I was just like,
okay.
I think, but at the end, I was like, I played a little Street Fighter. I played a little, like that was like the closest thing to a 2D. And everyone plays Street Fighter, but I'm like, I wanted something anime. Because I'm a weeb. I like anime. So like,
Fair.
but then I go on like the Blaze Blue subreddit, and there's some topics, but there's like no one's like asking for matches. So I'm like, well, shit. How do I don't want to just like fight people on ranked because they're gonna be like a gazillion times better than me, and I'm not gonna learn anything. So I had this idea. I'm like, I think at the time when I first got into Blaze Blue, Discord was completely like super brand new. I was like, what if I make a Blaze Blue Discord, and then I'll use it like I'll host like these online weekly tournaments or something, or like these daily. It's like emulating locals but online.
Okay.
So it started off small, of course, but like eventually the Blaze Blue Discord that I started somehow got like so big it became like one of the main hubs for people to like talk, like find matches or like meme about the Blaze Blue series, like excluding Cross Tag Battle. That's like its own thing, but basically my idea was at the time I didn't have anyone to play with, so I'll just create people to play with. I don't want to fight randoms. I want to find people who I can play with. Then like on Discord, I'm like, hey, so I suck at this game. How do I get better? Blah blah blah. So I mostly, for the longest time, I played online with people I've never met in my life, but like. That's like I said. I like the social aspect. That was like the closest thing I could have to creating a social aspect. So a growing community. Since then, I've left that Discord because I'm not really much of a Blaze Blue player anymore. But I definitely have a lot of nostalgia playing, like finding people to play that. But eventually, since I live in Southern California, through some people I found online, they're like, hey, you live in SoCal, right? Did you know that we play fighting games at this random this location kind of near LA? I'm like, wait, what? And then sure enough, I went and I made some friends there, but I wasn't that close with them. But I played. I went a few times. It was still cool to like, if I wanted like the local no lag gameplay, it was a cool option. But like, it was still a lot easier for me to play with randos online, so that's what I did most of the time.
I see. Okay. Why I specifically made that question? And holy hell, I didn't exactly expect you would say, yeah, I created the entire Discord. What about it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I exclusively play with people I know.
I
think I might have find some people online that like Blaze Blue also and play with them, but I never played with randoms. So I understand the perspective for Central Fiction to be super complex. You need those long combos, etc. We never give a shit about that. We play with small combos with characters we like. We never cared for optimized to perfection combos. And we had tons of fun anyway. We know the basics. We understand blocking. It's not like, mashing buttons. Yeah. We understand the neutral. We understand the importance of burst. We understand the importance of bait boosting. All of that concepts. We just don't stress out about labbing in particular and having the most optimized combos ever. And with that friend group, I just always played and never ever experienced the fatigue of, oh, this game is so trash because I need to remember all those complicated combos. I never did, and I had fun.
Damn, I kind of wish I found your group sooner. I would have much. I mean, I still have like the group I have, but there's definitely that little bit of like low key peer pressure. Like, you could have been you could have been doing this instead of. It's like it's like the weird back. Like they're not being assholes now. They're just kind of like if it were me, I would have learned done this instead of that. Like, I mean, I could, but yeah.
I can see definitely where you're coming from.
Yeah, but I would have if for me I would have preferred something along the lines of what you said. But at the same time, I have this low key competitive drive. Like, well, I don't expect to be the best, but I want to see how far I can go. Right?
Yeah, I think that's also how I approach things. I like skill mastery and getting better at things, but I don't care about winning. Not necessarily. The best matches I remember from any game whatsoever are the ones both people. How can I say the best? Both people tried their best, and even if I didn't win, if that was super exciting and nail baiter until the last moment, that was amazing.
Yeah. Those are the best matches, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's regardless of whether or not it was Yu-Gi-Oh, or whether or not it was fighting games, the ones that just felt like a nail biter till the end.
Yeah.
And it just so happened that I met a lot of people through fighting games and converted a lot of them into Blaze. Because I teach them. I showed them the ropes. I was kind of that guy who said, block this. And kept repeating the same pattern until they learn. But I was never oppressive about it. Do this homework and get back to me. No, we slowly fought, played. They found the characters they loved. And I think, what was the time? I think it was for like solid 3 or 4 years. We just had play sessions routinely. In the recent years, we just kind of tooled off, but we still reconvene sometimes to play some matches with characters we like. And yeah, we don't do the most optimal combos, but so what?
Yeah,
we have our own, let's say, meta. But we do understand those complex concepts like micro dashes. No one likes micro dashes, okay? But right, we don't want like the one frame links or something crazy like that. We understand that shit is just frustrating, but we understand the importance of blocking high-low mix-ups, setups,
that's fine.
Unblockables. Right, that's surface level.
It's that play.
Yeah, exactly. The neutral is amazing. We understand how important overdrive is, because if you know the system, you can do so much gimmicks with that.
Yeah. No, it actually reminded me. I actually did end up finding a more casual. That console group that I think I brought up a lot earlier. There are a handful of people in that group who are more casual, but kind of like similar skill levels. What you were describing, like we know the concepts. We're not like lab monsters. Like we know like the concept of mix ups, like what you call it, like reversals, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So we're actually pretty close. Like depending on the game, like we've played many different types of fighting games. So we're all relatively even skill levels. Just whoever plays a little bit more, like someone's like more of a Soul Calibur expert. I'm like closer to a Blaze Blue expert. Someone's more of a Mortal Kombat expert. So it's cool that no one's like too overly everyone, but there's still a clear gap when someone's like off. So it's cool. And with that group, I didn't mention earlier, we actually went to Evo once, which is pretty cool.
Cool.
Yeah. Didn't do amazingly, but like you said, I had fun. I mean, the 3 games that I entered, which were Blaze Blue Central Fiction, Smash Ultimate, and Dragon Ball Fighters. Like I think I went 1 and 2, which is honestly a lot better than I thought I was gonna do. Like I thought I was gonna go 0 and 2 the whole time. The fact that I won a game or a match period on all 3 games shows like, whoa, maybe I'm not as bad as I thought.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Sadly, around my area, I never found any kind of arcade or any local game store that has fighting games. So I only had local experience with card games.
Mm. And
probably the only reason I went with Yu-Gi-Oh! Is because the people that played Magic were too toxic. Which is funny because a lot of people who say the thing I said, say it in opposite a lot of the time. That they gravitate to at least from people who told me why they stuck with Magic. So because their group of Yu-Gi-Oh players were very toxic. So I had the reverse, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that was I don't remember how long ago, but it was around my student days, and I found that group to be very welcoming, and that they kind of resonated with me when it comes to anime also. So I got acquainted to that.
Okay.
But I never found the equivalent in fighting games, so I had to create my own. So similar to you, although I did not create a Discord, I just introduced some of my long-standing friends to BlazBlue, and we just slowly practiced, and they gravitated to it after they found their one character they really like.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense.
So that was all that I wanted to bring with fighting games before I end the segment from my side of the gaming sphere.
Okay.
Do you have anything else to add on gaming, or can we move on to the guest corner?
We can move on.
Okay, which is hilarious given the context of the guest corner we brought on, which is fandom and community that you were a part of, Ange, specifically. And you actually not only spoke about your current Discord, but unveiled the makings of the fighting game Discord as well. That's interesting. So what, in your opinion, makes a great community?
Oh boy, that's a very complex question.
It is, but what an opener!
Yeah, it's an opener, but I will definitely start off by saying it definitely depends on what your goals are. Mm-hmm. So, for example, starting with my Discord. It's a Discord based around my visual novel channel. My idea of it was kind of after, like, this is just more. It's kind of like I guess you can call this a very selfish Discord in a weird way.
Huh?
Like, my idea was I just want a community. I can wake up. This is very chill. I don't have to worry about like enforcing too many rules. Like, the only rules just like no NSFW, no like spamming or anything, and that's it. And then I just want like people who I know like the same things as me. I mean, not the exact same visuals, but they like. I know they'll know like VNs as a genre, and there's guaranteed to be conversation. And there's enough mods to like make sure things are going well, but not like to the point where we're like literally policing everything. So I guess just starting off, my personal on a personal level, I like a community that's very chill, but people can joke around, not too small, not too big. I want something that has interactions, but I don't want like I've been in Discords where it's like there's messages like every second. I'm like, God, I can't keep up with this. This is too much. But if like I have like a little conversation an hour, and then a little break, and then after another hour or another two, then that's a lot better. It's I can follow it, but I know that I can expect something later on. And there's other little things like I personally like very at least somewhat organized channels and stuff. Like I know I'm speaking strictly in terms of Discord, but whichever you want to go on, whether it's Twitter, Reddit, Discord, whatever, like as long as like it's pretty obvious like where you need to go to like talk about a certain thing, like the rules are very, very straightforward. There's no like, oh, there's this rule, but if you break it in a certain way that a mod doesn't like, they'll still get you anyway because they didn't like your opinion, or they keep it unwritten for some weird reason. They only enforce it once. So basically, as long as it's chill, small, medium size, and the rules make sense, and there's no like policing. People can talk about whatever they want. That's a general standards of what I like in a community.
It's so fitting. And the one adjective it comes to mind when you're describing the perfect community is homeliness. It's a very wholesome idea, right? It's not that far detached from family, even in a way.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Right? That's why I'm listening to you. Yeah. It's I understand how I think in a way you kind of feel how can I say it? Egoistic, because you said it's centered about you, right? So it's kind of inward, because you said this is Ange weirdos, right? Which is fine enough hook to grab people into, because at the very least, what you can expect from this server is to have tastes aligned with Ange, right? That's the basic entrance level. You can expect those topics Ange likes to be there.
Yeah. Like, I guaranteed VNs or other weeb stuff if it comes up, or...
with sprinkle of weirdos, right? Like, that's an expectation. Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's very personal in a way, because as one community admin to another, this Animate stands tall as a monument of a lot of hard work and preparation. We're going strong for like 7 years now, around that time. And it came from a place, in a way, longing. So when I first ventured into Discord, I was looking for an anime, but I couldn't really and truly connect with anything I found, because it was guided by the lowest common denominator. Even those that weren't as spammable, when the conversation every single second.
Yeah, literally 1 second.
Yeah. And it trails off, you cannot even comprehend what's going on. Even if that was slow, the level of interaction and common ground was such a low bro memes, and nothing was. It was either nothing was serious, or it was super too serious and elitism, right? So people like your taste garbage, mine is better, kind of deal. Absolute polarization. I just didn't like it. And similar vein in how you looked for people to play fighting games together, I was scouting. I was on a lookout for like-minded individuals on such servers. And I found 3 others, and with 4 people, after 2 weeks of preparation, we launched Animate with our plan of sending mass amount of invites to have an initial wave of people, which is funny that it correlates to an interesting story that some of the admins of my animal list actually reach out to one of our admins to stop spamming the mailbox of other people.
Oh.
That's actually a really funny story.
Oh, I'm definitely not guilty. I'm definitely guilty of doing something similar.
Yeah, so that was actually really funny. And we had the unveiling day. We had amazing surge of popularity of people. And obviously, as you can expect, a lot of them quit or just disappeared into inactivity, which is fair enough. But we never went public with the server, meaning those who stuck around stuck because of the values we provide, and they connected in some way, shape, or form. It kind of helps that we build the server upon trust. We treat the hobbies people express here with, how can I say, we have a serious note to it. We don't disregard, but we don't also take an elitist approach. And over the years, we cultivated a place which contribution is rewarded. That was a very big thing. That was a very idea of this entire server. How can we encourage contribution? And sadly, the best we could do is funny roles and colors of nicks, because it's not like I can start paying users to say. That would be super weird dynamic, right?
Yeah.
But as a recognition of speaking out, recognition of contributing to channels that have reviews in it, or channels such as this, speaking of radio, we started giving people colors. So we structured that hierarchically with color levels, with someone having more colorful nick, meaning he or she contribute more into this server itself. And it started to resonate with people. People started to open up. And I think the moment some of them realized they are not being dismissed, they stuck around. And to this day, I hear from people from many different angles that this server was a soothing stone, a beacon of hope, and something they could anchor themselves into when they couldn't connect. And it's awesome. I cannot express in words how fulfilling it is to see that you made people's lives better.
Oh yeah. It sounds like your idea was a server was they make people they feel like they want to talk, or like they feel it's like okay for them to talk, and they're not like
I think
like it's another.
I think in the root of it, I wanted to make them feel that they are heard.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because anyone can say an opinion or whatever, but it's like it's the two extremes. You said, and a server that's too active or too memey, like the message might get missed because people are talking. But on the other hand, if it's too serious, people might take you too serious. Like, oh, you like X girl, your opinion sucks, and you need to go kill yourself or something.
Right. And that's unproductive.
Mm-hmm.
So what I really wanted is for people to have the common ground, which is similar to what you said about your community, and have the common goal. But most importantly, to be comfortable with expressing themselves and feeling that you are listened to. That was a root of this entire server, and I would say it's success. That even transcendent in a lot of ways the server itself, because I met majority of those active users in real life.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so routinely they talk about summer vacation at admins. So it created bonds, and those are really precious. And there is a reason why my podcast relates to something I feel is very important, is to have an adventure, because it creates experiences, and those guide people together. And
the thing is, oh, sorry, were you gonna say something?
No, continue.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, here's the thing. We both talked about like what we personally like, and I agree with you. I want to have like I prefer to have a place where people can just kind of talk and no one's like overly patronized. But if they are, at least make it like in a joking way, right?
Fair enough.
At best, yeah. But when I try to think more quote unquote objectively, there's a difference between having like a small mid server to like a big, really big one. Like this, there's different standards, of course.
Yes.
I mean, like I said, I'm not into really spooky series, but if you want to make a good community for like a really big, like for example, like a 1,000+ member Discord or like 100,000 subscriber Reddit or a Twitter or something. Still think it's good to have think of standards for those. So like if you're a part of a big subreddit, for example, there's there's like a lot of little things, like since obviously there's going to be a lot of people, it's like you have to kind of gauge how much you like control what gets posted versus not.
Obviously, yeah.
That can, yeah. There's like the thing of being off topic or spam, but I do think letting good ground rules there doesn't necessarily have to be overly complex. To be honest, like at least for me personally, even for a big server, as long as they're very clearly communicated, you generally let people, like when people go and they know what they can talk about, and they don't have to like guess like, oh, is it okay for me to talk about whatever thing without getting a mod deletion or having someone like comment and give me like a really shit posty answer or something, or like a douchey answer. You don't know?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, so there's like so many like little things I could think of, but at the end of the day, it all comes down to, can you treat, do you have like a goal or a specific type of people in mind, and can you cater to those people, and don't be like too wishy-washy, I guess. Like don't listen like if it's big, you're gonna get complaints from like different kinds of people, and you basically can't please everybody. It's the one thing I've learned the hard way over the years. So you have to kind of stick to your guns, but like not too firmly, but like enough to where like people, it's like you have a good pillar for people to support you, but at the same time, be open to feedback if it's something that could be feasible without like changing, like turning off too many people, like just adding, like as simple as like adding like you said, like a role, like to make people like feel like they matter, or like even something has like, what if we just have like this day of the week we make a themed topic about this, and then maybe it entices more people to want to post instead of like, oh, we're in this community but we don't know what to talk about because I don't know anybody here. So if you just give a prompt like as simple as, so what's your favorite anime from 2000 that aired in 2022, like that could start like a shit ton of conversation, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so that was like when I think of like more quote unquote objective things of what I think of community. That's like one of the things I can think of.
Yeah, fair enough. It's very hard to quantify communities, right? And with the amount of members you have, you definitely increase the chance of having bad actors on them. So there are definitely different standards the bigger your community grows, especially if you're open to public, so anybody can join. It faces unique challenges against those that are invite only. It's very hard to me to pinpoint exactly how to, how can I say, measure, because people can't live on Discord also. So I cannot say, right? So I cannot expect everybody to always contribute all of the time, every single day, right?
Of course, yeah.
So obviously people have their own lives, and obviously, depending on the person, everybody's engagement with the community will be different. Some will have opportunity and time to do it daily, some bi-daily, and maybe others weekly or monthly. Heck, I had some talks with lurkers that expressed that they like it here just because they get to read interesting topics being brought on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess to kind of go off,
Mhm.
go on kind of the server that I host. It seems like a well, one of the more recent things, like some people like to be able to just talk about whatever, and like for example, there's a user who kind of just started this all on his own.
Okay.
His name is he kind of it started off as like he posts like a daily opinion about visual novels, then suddenly it kind of morphed into a daily
Discussion
I'll call
topic?
it. It is just so, like for example, like who's your favorite heroine from
Uh-huh.
like an Alice Soft visual novel, and then people just reply. But then there's also people who prefer to talk in voice chat over text chat. So uh, I kind of discovered this by accident because I was just like, well, I like the voice chat, but I know not everybody does, so I'll just try to see who I can get. And I
Sure.
realized there's like a good amount of people who apparently like to voice chat way more than text chat. So
Hmm.
we can find those people, especially especially if you also like it. It's like, oh, it's easy to like start a almost expect like a low key expected thing. Like almost every day now, there's people in voice chat either streaming a game or a visual novel or something. So it's like sometimes you kind of find out what people like by accident, or after, or like when you kind of see them like say, oh, I like this, then you can kind of go off of that. Kind of like what you said with that guy in your server that said, oh, I like how you can. There's always like you can talk about a reason to talk about X, right?
Yep. I also like, in retrospect, trying to analyze your answer, how you said what you expect, because that was the guiding force for you to create your Anch server. And one of the things you explicitly said that you don't want NF save W, right?
For now, yeah.
And I found out that also being one of those determining factors in all the servers I tried before creating my own. If there was a channel dedicated to that kind of material, it was just such a low effort shit posting hole. It's so always disappointing that the most engaging channel was the one people just shared images and did not engage in any conversation whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, oh, you can go. You were just saying?
I found out from that I don't want any, and reluctantly over the years we added the hentai discussion channel, but we expressively said, please focus on the discussion. Please don't turn it into screen sharing channel, because the moment we do, I want to close it immediately.
Okay. So in your case, it was more you want people to talk, not just spam images, right?
Exactly, because this reintroduced the problem of lowest common denominator. Let's sit on one channel and do the least amount of engagement that just turns out whatever.
Got it. Yeah. I'll say, I part of what I do is kind of similar. From what I've noticed, in NSFW channels that I've been in, people, it's usually like the same 2 to 3, 4 people,
True.
like spamming pictures left and right, and then maybe someone will like reply, but like it's just a weird incentive for people to spam stuff, even though the Discord otherwise is not a particularly image spam heavy thing.
True.
And but the other reason that I personally don't is well, I'll get into both reasons. First of all, I've heard some stories about if certain types of porn gets posted, your Discord could be up for getting screwed over, because I think Discord has a very hentai underage looking character thing, I believe, and depending on how public your server is, if someone finds out and gets reported, yeah, your whole server can be screwed over.
Yep.
And in addition to that, there's also the I don't know how old all these users are. Like,
True.
I know for a fact there's at least a couple people that are not 18 in my server, at least, that they've admitted as such. So I'm like, okay, even less reason. But also, like since a lot of people are going to be spamming, I don't have time to moderate that, especially since I have to go to work, and it's called NSFW for a reason. I can't
exactly.
just from work. Like, there's someone posted this really dark stuff, and I don't want to like. Oh, don't get me wrong. I don't mind NSFW sometimes.
Yeah.
Like if it's kept in DMs, whatever. That's
exactly.
Easy, so
that's not even part of the conversation. If it's this DMs, go crazy.
Yeah, but yeah, in a public server, it's a different story because, yeah, like I said, the age thing. But then I also have to like think of, okay, if I can't do it, which moderator would be willing to like because let's be real, NSFW channels are going to be very popular like all day.
Yeah.
I don't want to have a moderator just like watch one channel like 24 hours unless they're the ones contributing. Then if they're like contributing, then go. But at least the moderators I have they seem like they might passively like NSFW, but no, I don't want to like force them to go through that stuff. So there's just a lot of little things that kind of contribute to no NSFW at the moment. But I mean, if I found someone who's like, they could like. I could first of all have to trust them, and then like I'm like, okay, so make sure if stuff like this gets posted, like delete it immediately, and if you see like an underage person post it, like, delete that immediately. There's like too many things. I'm not kind of paranoid about that stuff. I think I don't want the law to like get involved in this. I don't want Discord to get involved. I just want this server to be alive, you know?
Exactly, and look at how much issues it brings and so little gain.
Yeah. I get it. There's people who get horny, and
fair enough.
And let's be real. There's people who there's plenty of places that aren't here. You can find stuff. It's the internet.
Exactly.
It's called Rule 34 for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. So please, again, do it on DMs, message each other, share the links there. Fine, no problem. Absolutely zero problem with that. Go crazy. Don't do it to the server because it just nothing productive, in my opinion, happens. And it is on the line. Like I said, we opened the hentai discussion once. It skills the line, but at the very least, it's kinda in a meme way, and the pictures are appearing there, so it's like acceptable in a way, but it's not blatantly NSFW content, but rather funny sketch because it's about hentai stuff related. Okay, I get it. And that's the one thing I didn't want to start with NSFW. We didn't have it for the longest time. We have very limited quantity right now, but hopefully it's focused on discussion. And to add to that, I'm one of those mods, and I guess admins. I don't want to look at that all the time. Come on, I just don't want to even think about that stuff to moderate.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Like even when I was a moderator in another server, like there's other times where I just like, okay, I know someone else is gonna watch the NSFW server. I think I'll just mute it for like someone else can take care of it. I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, and fortunately now there is at the very least excuse of having the age verification option in Discord. But when we started, we didn't have that. So that was also one of the reasons, nope, we're not doing that channel whatsoever. Yeah,
and I don't want to necessarily stop people from just being in a Discord to discussing this, because I can have fun conversations with people who've admitted to being minors. Like talking to someone underage is not a big deal. It's just getting involved in the potential issues with them being in a server with porn that they can't see is like, I don't know.
Yeah, like
that's really the issue.
Both things are valid. Yes, talking with people who are underage is not a big deal if you are discussing within the parameters that are allowed. One point. And the second point, acknowledging the existence of NSFW content both in visual novels and or around anime-related media is also acceptable because it's part of the fandom. Both are okay. But just to have server dedicated to posting all the stuff mindlessly and tuning over and over, it's just like, no. That's where I draw the line. No, I don't want to deal with all the headache that comes with it.
Mm-hmm.
So that was funny that you brought it up at the very start. I really wanted to know why, because I had exactly the same opinion. Nope, that's not the content I want, even though it is so common in VNs and in around anime.
Uh-huh.
Funny enough, over the course of time, given the user retention of server, so only the most active and the ones that felt compelled to stay and continue contribute and engage. Over the time, both, like I said, real life meetups happened, as well as we organized play. For example, like we talked about in gaming before, we played Among Us version of the entire server. So we had 10 people from here all on Among Us. This is something that was surprising to me, because this is not what I anticipated, being honest. I did not think people would like here so much that they wanted to know each other on a deeper level. And I don't necessarily mean let's meet up immediately, but just knowing people and their struggles, their daily lives and what they go through.
Yeah. Well, because some people, maybe they don't have someone to talk to. Or maybe it's easier to talk to someone that they don't know, because sometimes it's awkward to bring up personal stuff even with people that are close to you. So with me, it's easier to. So you don't. It could be a multi. So it's good. I think it's a. I have seen that. I've also seen that myself, and it's a nice thing to see, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Does your experience as a moderator on Reddit translate to Discord?
That's an interesting question. So this kind of ties back to what I was saying about like knowing your audience, right?
Yeah.
So with Reddit, like I said, when I was a moderator on the R visual novel subreddit, that's a lot bigger than something like this. Like this, my Discord server has a little over 200, which is not bad for a Discord. But like when Reddit has like over 100,000, it's like okay, there's a lot more facts to keep track of. But since I was a Reddit moderator before I was a Discord admin of my own server, I felt like I had experience dealing with potential issues, like like arguments between people, or like setting up events. Like, what do people like to talk about VNs and all stuff? Obviously, the people are no one's going to be the same in this within Discord and Reddit. Like, in fact, I might only recognize like a handful of people that are both. But what I found is, at least based on the rule set I set, or that I pitched for the R visual novel subreddit, it seems I kind of pitched similar rules on Discord. It's just, when you're the person who created the Discord, you have a lot more leeway, so I could be a little bit more, I guess you can call it selfish, like I said earlier. But when you're on a moderator team on Reddit, there's like 3 to 7 other people, and then you actually have to juggle opinions around. Like, someone might have a good idea, but then like, no, but I don't. They bring up something that doesn't work for the team or for Reddit or something. If you're like, okay, never mind, we can just do this. You have to compromise a little bit more. But here, I've kind of like learned, like through Reddit, I kind of learned what kind of rules work, don't work, what can be easier to manage, what doesn't manage, what's harder to manage. So like, okay, so that's why my current rule set is like really, really small. It's like, because since visual novels aren't exactly like the most common thing, like I don't expect this Discord to ever explode in popularity. And even the our visual novel subreddit, while it's probably one of if not the biggest visual novel community, it's still relatively small compared to like random popular game subreddit, so it's still not going to be nearly as active, even if it is fairly active. So you can kind of keep things relatively low since there's not as much to uh moderate. So I think I've basically, for being a moderator on Reddit, I've kind of realized like what it's a lot easier for me to like make up rules to like consider beforehand. And so like there are times where I was like, when someone did something that we didn't expect, like, oh, we have to make a new rule based off this. But now I can be like, okay, I've seen enough on the internet to like, okay, what kinds of topics or posts do people like to make, and then go from there.
It's definitely, how can I the best respond to that? It definitely showcased the difference in amount of people you had to manage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like, and again, speaking from someone who was and still is, I don't know, visual novel subreddit, because I never ever posted. I just lurk. I always read, and not necessarily even scroll to the comments. I often mostly focus on the posts themselves. I rarely venture into comments on the bottom. So I wonder how many of those kind of people are there. Probably not insignificant amount, right?
Of people who
Lurk.
read comments, or
just lurk.
Plenty. Yeah, my these days I just assume in any given community, unless it's like really small, like 80% of people are lurking or not reading at all. Like maybe 20% of the people who go there frequently actually talk, not even on a regular basis, just talk. Period. So you have to take into account lurkers. Like for example, Reddit. It's extremely easy to just a lot of subreddits are catered to the just scroll through, upvote picture that looks funny or topic title that you agree with or a news topic. It's so much easier. But going to a comment that like takes not. I'm not gonna assume everybody wants to be that. I mean, I'm that kind of person. I like reading comments, but I'm not. I don't want to assume everyone else will. So I have to take both into account. That's for sure.
Fair enough. I think mostly I used Reddit as a news source. So the translation reports were something I often frequented because it was a good place, an aggregate of where are we when it comes to releases and translation projects. But over the years, I just migrated from there to dedicated. Okay, now I'm following the Manga Gamer's Twitter, so I know when the status update is, I'll get it immediately. But for the longest time, I did used the subreddit just for the news source because it was a good aggregate.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think plenty of people literally just only cared for the news. So, what was I gonna say? It was like I was saying like way earlier in the episode. Since visual novels are a niche, like a very niche medium, it's so hard to find like anybody that talks about like what the new releases are. Period. Like, because while the Reddit does have that convenient weekly news stuff, that's actually technically pulled from a 4chan post, but like kind of edited. So we're mostly just copying from them, or most people are just kind of copying from that. There's just that one dedicated weirdo who like follows literally everything and is willing to type it all out, percentages and everything. But not everyone uses Reddit. Not everyone uses 4chan. So it's definitely convenient to keep track of new. If you're a Reddit lurker or which a frequenter, and all you care about is news. It's definitely not a bad place to go on the visual novel subreddit just for that, because it was always every Sunday around X or so time. So even if you don't care about anything else, you only care about the weekly stuff, or if you want to see like a news topic that says, "Oh, Manga Gamer released, I don't know, Nightmare Sisters XXX," and then bam, that's all you care about. That's great. And you get to cater to those people because those, I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised if that was like most of the lurkers.
Yeah, again, me being one of those lurkers, I can definitely relate. And I'm not sure how much you listen to the episode with Taurus, but me being a lurker on subreddit for visual novel actually was the first interaction I had with Taurus when I read Letter of Resignation and immediately contacted him after I read that particular post of his.
Yeah, well,
I did not know any context whatsoever, but I just wanted to say thank you to him and bring up the conversation because he frequently appeared on posts. So it was weird that he was resigning. So at the very least, I wanted to express my gratitude toward him as a lurker myself. And that led one thing to another. And now I'm making a podcast with the guy, right?
Yeah.
So it's funny how communities works.
That does bring up another thing I wanted to bring up. So if there's strife between moderators or a moderator and another user, I'm more of the type that I'd rather keep that stuff under the the public doesn't need to know this dumb drama. It's just a show just to like get attention. It's just an attention grabber if you like make like a post like that.
Uh-huh.
Well, not like Tauruses, but like when strife is just publicly noted or something. So I personally I know you said you didn't know what was going on, but I think that's for the better. Like that stuff is, for my opinion, when you have like strife, mostly keep that in DMs unless like it was like something like really really bad, like like the moderator like is like power tripping and like he just banned people for no reason, or like a user, or the opposite, like a user was like trying to troll everybody and he starts spamming, then the mod just immediately bans you because that person is doing. But you don't need to like make a top like, oh what, oh we make a like, there's like some of these like a post that are like, oh, we try to keep our community as safe as possible, so for that we had to remove this user because he kept spamming people. Like, no one cares. Like as long as you did your job, you don't need to like show off like every little like big head pat, like back pat you did.
Yeah, it's like it kind of also feels artificial, right? Yeah, we are helping. Trust us. Yeah,
we are strong. We are strong supporters for this community, and who cares? That's not your job is not to like show off to you. Your job is just give. The point is to make people want to stay.
Exactly.
Not to, like, it's just like it's just an ego. It's just a dumb. In my opinion, it's like just a way to self ego boost. It's for something so tiny, it doesn't matter.
And again, it's not saying you shouldn't acknowledge good moderators or anything like that, but rather,
of course,
don't make show of public executions, I guess. I would summarize all that you said, right?
That's the essential. Yeah, just do your thing, and I think it's kind of one of those. If people, I mean, even if it's not like obvious what you're doing, I think when the pillar is like as properly supported and things are going on, I think that alone is enough for like people to be satisfied, and people might still reach out and go like, hey, I like this. I like what you have, this and this. You just have to be like a big, like you can think of them privately. You obviously can say thanks and whatever, but you don't have to like. You don't have to like publicly be like show off every little thing you do.
Yeah, I'm big believer. This is a core belief that I have: is effort is always noticed, always, but not always appreciated.
Sure. I mean, there's a reason why they say being a moderator is a thankless job, right?
Yeah.
yeah. So if things are running as expected, again, I don't think most people are gonna go, well, yo, mods, thanks for like having a community. I mean, there might be a few, but most people are just gonna, they're everyone's selfish. You know, they go and do their thing, and that's fine.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
Yeah. So, and again, I believe that with the best of intentions.
Yeah.
It's the rule of life that just seems to work on so many different levels. And like you said, moderators who keep things civil and in check basically are there to make it normal, and you tend not to appreciate normal until you lose that normal, right?
That is sadly what tends to happen.
Yeah.
Yes.
And maybe we should have some sort of appreciation for the mods, fine, but not to make it a show of force.
Yeah.
Oh. I did not expect that we would have so many things to talk about the communities. But again, this is probably what happens when you put two admins together on the chat about something they hold dear.
Yeah, there's always something behind it. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, not everyone. Yeah, when you know, but not everyone needs. Yeah.
I think what you said before speaks volume, because you need to pick your fights, and you must understand and learn. If you didn't very fast, you can't please everybody.
Mm-hmm.
There will be people who disagree with you fundamentally, and they are unshaken in that belief you cannot compromise. Otherwise, if you were to compromise, you would risk the integrity of what you're trying to achieve. So at some point, you will have to cater to that example, the other example. And if you keep catering to everybody, you will please no one by the end, and you'll leave the legacy of the community barren.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's probably the worst outcome that we want to avoid at all costs.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely appreciate your insight from that. I definitely have a question how all of that and running the community relates to your YouTube presence. How do you feel about the community tab? Is that engagement? Is it even a community at that point? How does that even work?
So, which part exactly?
The community tab on YouTube.
Oh, that.
Do you treat it as a community? I mean, it's called a community tab, okay?
Overall, yeah, I would say so. How do I explain? It's since it's YouTube doesn't have like an instant messaging aspect like Reddit, so or Discord. You kind of have to, and everything's self-contained in each post.
Yep.
So you kind of have to play it by ear. But when you start seeing the same people post in many different topics, I think that's at the point where you can call it a community. But but like I said, not everyone's going to talk on every topic, and sometimes you'll see people you've never seen before. Because with the way the YouTube algorithm works is, even with community tab stuff, sometimes it'll just reach random person's front page because maybe they watched another visual novel YouTuber that also talks about visual novel stuff. So you might see people you've never seen before, and maybe they'll stick by, maybe they'll just only comment on that. And you don't know. It's really RNG. But I would say the other thing with the community tab is it's kind of inconvenient to see posts on desktop mode. It's a lot easier if you're on mobile devices.
Okay.
So unless you like really like somebody's community tab, you know they're posting stuff constantly, more often than not, you have to like go on your phone app and be like, oh, check your subscriptions. And because the way it works is on the phone, subscriptions tab shows both community tab posts and YouTube and videos.
Okay.
But on desktop mode, you only see the videos on your subscriptions. You'd have to go to somebody's home actual channel community tab. So it's a little bit hard. That's why it's a little bit hard on desktop. So there is definitely a community. I mean, a lot of these random polls I like to make get up to 200, 300 votes a day, which is I think is pretty good. But when you have 200 subscribers or so, not or 2,000 subscribers, and you can't have everybody know about everything. So
Sure.
it's like a fraction of the community of the subscribers, but it's I do overall consider it a community. Yes.
I mean, this is in particular very intriguing to me, as recently we started to experiment a little bit with the community tab on the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Still, we're not sure how much to utilize it. There is a subtle, how can I say it? Subtle border we don't want to cross. We don't want to start the community tab too early when you have
Nobody.
not necessarily nobody, because that's not a problem. Obviously, I don't do it for the publicity, but I don't want to create a community post asking for what do you like for one person or two people to guide the entire channel. I don't want to give that much power to very limited amount of people. You see what I'm going with that, right? At some point, I would like to gather feedback. Fair enough, but if the sample size is too little, I give them a lot of control over that feedback.
But I mean, okay. Well, do you have more to say on that, actually?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, because for perspective, when I the community tab first opened for me, like I think it was like when I got 1K, I was like, I jumped on that like immediately because, I get what you mean about what do you call it? You don't want only it's going to be a very small subset of people because first of all, it's not if you know your channel is going to grow, the polls may not or whatever might not be properly indicative of everybody, even of the currently subscribed.
Yep.
But for me, in a weird way, if you keep like consistent-ish tab posts, it's like a weird way of advertising your channel to new people if that's what you want to do. But as far as like getting feedback for your topics and stuff, I mean, even if it's only like 1 to 5 people that start off first, to me, getting any feedback in general is good because I don't outside of like the comments you get, you don't necessarily or like amount of upvotes you get on a video, you don't necessarily know people's exact thoughts because some people, like we said, just prefer to lurk.
Yeah.
And from what I've noticed from like these random polls I do, a lot of people don't comment, but they'll happily vote on like random visual novel poll of the day thing, and you never know. It's like you never know. Like even if it's just like 2 to 5 people, at least they might give some feedback. Possibly, you don't have to listen to everything, but it gives you ideas. So that's kind of how I see it. So I love the idea of seeing what like my subscribers like to say. So sometimes I'm kind of surprised when more YouTubers that are big, like way bigger than me, don't even use it at all. So I feel like this is just like another way to either get feedback or provide more of if you want if you're interested in seeing like what your subscribers want to say outside your videos, like it could be an interesting way to get feedback on stuff.
Because the way I want to approach it on the podcast right now is try again consistent-ish way to make polls about which title of the ones we talked about contribute to the topic the most and insert 4 titles. I think this is the most reasonable, that does not guide too much in any direction the podcast itself. Because if I were to instead ask, did you like the episode? Yes, no.
Oh yeah, it's mostly
right.
Not very engaging. It's very boring. Yeah, because most people, well, first of all, they might feel bad saying no if they didn't like it and not vote. But like it's more engaging to like to see for who did actually like it and to make them think about it, right?
Yeah, but okay, expanding that idea a little bit more. If I were to say what would be the next video idea what want to see, again, I run into the same issue. I get 3 votes, all of them, or maybe even one of them gets 2 votes, and a lot of power goes to a very limited sample size, right? Again, that's why I will trying a little bit different approach. Maybe a feedback about the titles in an episode seems reasonable, while the entire direction of a channel seems not. Again, it's so weird to treat that as a community, but I get what you're going for, because seeing similar faces engaging with the community consistently, you kind of form a community, even if it's an informal one, let's say.
Sure. I mean, for me, I'd prefer if like everybody came in one place, like in the Discord. But the thing is, one thing I've learned, everybody has their preferred, like 1 or 2 social media, you can call it, that they stick on. Like, there's people that I only see on YouTube, people that I only see on Twitter, people that I only see in Discord. There's some people who go around and all, but like, if I care to like reach out if I care to reach out to as many people as possible, which I do like to do, I have to think of, okay, how can I provide for this part of the community, but then also this one on YouTube, and then also people who follow me on Twitter. You don't know. So yeah. I try to like think about all those angles.
It's now because now you basically open the topic how to aggregate communities in a way. Because people tend to have their preferred platform of choice, and in order to accommodate that, you either have to have some sort of aggregate or be everywhere at once.
Yeah.
And being everywhere at once all the time seems just exhaustive.
So. Yeah, it is. I mean, admittedly, yeah, it's a little bit more to think about, but I think that's why most people just stick to one. For communities, that they usually stick to one, because fortunately, I'm like one of those people that likes to jump around. So like, it was kind of it's kind of natural for me. So like,
sure.
I already use YouTube a lot. I already use Discord a lot. I already use Twitter a lot. So I might as well just use them all anyway since I'm here. But like, not everybody watches stuff on YouTube. Not everybody goes on Discord. So I gotta think about. It just kind of works out that I have to think about them anyway. I like to think about different things, but I will not lie, it is a lot of work.
Okay. I can imagine there's a reason why I feel eternally grateful when it comes to managing Twitter presence. Tauros took the mantle of the podcast and she said, I got this. I'm like, okay, he got this. I don't need to think about Twitter at all.
Yeah.
I use Twitter pretty much the same as Reddit. I just use it to gather info on the latest releases and latest translation status project updates, pretty much.
Yeah, it's interesting when I watch other YouTubers, like some definitely are much bigger Twitter users than even me. Like they use it specifically as a way to like, hey, I'll post about this, so if you like this, watch my YouTube video. But then like there's other people who like, yeah, this is my video, but then I see them more on Discord, like just chatting more on Discord. Like, interesting contrast you got in there.
Yeah.
Or some people just don't even use Twitter at all. Like I don't think Twitter's worth, because I don't have a community big enough to like all that stuff. But it just depends what you prioritize and what you like more, right?
Yeah, fair enough. And again, I speak from the position that I recognize that we don't really get many Twitter replies, which is fine.
Yeah.
But I did have some very hilarious feedback directly on Discord. My favorite to this date is about the acid guest episode. This is just phenomenal. This is the first feedback I got from the, how can I say, atmospheric perspective. And the way the feedback I got is like, you had a very interesting tree of characters in which Acid was basically an honest pervert who was talking about his interests. So MR was a classy guy that insists that hentai is art. And in the corner there was a shy Taurus who barely speak because he was so shy about the topic that the rest of you two brought up. And I laughed so hard at that feedback because that was exactly the atmosphere of that first episode with Acid. Because we kind of took over, speaking of the topic I had for Acid and his interest, and I was bouncing off from him. The Towers barely get to speak, and it kind of seemed like he was intimidating by the sheer amount of hentai-ness that was in that particular episode. And to this day, I laugh at how honest and how funny that feedback was. And to this day, Towers is like, no, that's not that. Ugh. Always he responds to that. Yeah, but that was funny feedback we got.
Yeah.
I did not anticipate it delivered like that on Discord directly.
Okay.
Not sure if you had any experience like that.
Well, the thing is, I haven't had any guests. You didn't. Well, man, I should probably do something. I've honestly considered like doing like an interview with like, I don't know, somebody in like the VN industry, because I feel like that would be informative. But I just don't know. I haven't really connected with anyone in the VN industry, and I know there's the locals, but I get feedback on videos all the time. And as far as like interesting comments, I mean, many times it's just like, yeah, thanks for this, but like occasionally someone will like bring up a point that I didn't bring up, like, oh yeah, that is something. I don't think I've gotten like you're a character like this, and they point out like little things like that. I don't think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was the first time I heard about that, and didn't have anything like that since. It just was very memorable that one time.
Yeah, I'm sure I might have said something. I just can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah.
Sure, makes sense. And I think I have exhausted all the questions I had for the guest corner with the fandom and community. So unless you have any other topic you want to bring up,
no, we can go to the next one.
We move on to the next and the final one, the Q&A session. So this is the session in which we ask each other questions and answer them. And if anybody is listening live and have any questions to ask, please state them in chat, and we'll read them out and try to answer them as best as we can.
Okay.
So the one question I had for you prepared is, what does it feel to fill the role of a VN newsletter channel on YouTube?
It's definitely an interesting one, because, like I said earlier, there's so many places you can find news on the visual novel news on the internet, where it's 4chan, Reddit, Twitter. So when I think of how I would do it on YouTube, it was like, man, how do I make it so people will know to come back? Because like it's not like oh god, if I did this weekly, I think I'd lose my mind. But even worse, I'd do it every day. But I don't think anyone would do that. But because I don't want to be, because with Reddit and Twitter and stuff, it's a lot easier to just post like one thing, and then like people will just read it, like, okay, cool, that's cool, and then that's it. But with YouTube, most people expect, okay, like at least a 3 to 5 minute video, at most like a 30 to 40 minute video, maybe an hour if they're crazy. But when I think of well, I'm happy to provide the news, obviously, because sometimes I use it for my own benefit. Like shit, what? Even I forget. Like, oh, that I forgot that got announced, or I forgot that released, or I had no idea until I looked it up. So it's helpful for me. But as far as making, like, anyone could like just search for visual novel news, but like that's how, if someone were to search that, how would they know I wasn't just going to talk that one time? That's why I kind of named it as monthly recap, because it motivates me to keep doing it, because like it kind of gives me like one of the few deadlines I have on my channel is, okay, by the 30th or 31st of the month, I gotta have something, and it kind of helps me keep up with it. But like it's also nice to like see people have like a video oriented way of seeing, because there's not many I can't think of any other video YouTubers that would do it like that. So I just kind of did it how it's kind of basically the way I make my YouTube channel is like, what content would I want to see but it's not been done yet? And in my mind, it's like, okay, I want a quick and snappy 5 to 10 minutes. You don't have to like talk about every little thing for like 5 minutes or more. Just like 30 seconds or less. Just say, okay, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. Then go to the next thing, and it's like real. It's why it's a recap. It's like more of like just little snappy reminders. Like, okay, you can go through this and this and this. But the cool thing I like about my personal newsletter is I can be a little biased and be like, oh, I only like. I know this is probably gonna be anger some people who like it, but I do not keep track of like most original English VNs. So if I included like all of those, I'm pretty sure I could like double my episode length. But what I think about what I read and what I think a lot of the VN community, at least the ones that I talk with, read, we care a lot more about like the weeb stuff, right? So generally I focus on that because that kind of seems almost synonymous with what most people relate visual novels with. Though, of course, there is that community of people who read English VNs, and I'll bring them up if it's like something really popular, like obviously if it's like Katawa or Doki Doki Literature Club level, I will most definitely bring it up. But like if it's just like random VN that has like 5 reviews on Steam, I'm like, no, it's okay. And then even with like Japanese original VNs, there's like a bunch of like random little things like, did anyone actually care about that? Or like, I care about? All right, then that's when I can kind of filter out, like, because sometimes like on Reddit and Twitter, like you see everything posted, but I'm like, that's cool, but I don't really care.
Yeah, so exactly. Yeah.
And so if you filter it to what at least somewhat of a chunk of people care about, more it gives you more people to like stick around. Like, okay, cool. So this guy only talks about stuff that like matters, not like literally everything. Because there could be like news videos that to talk about literally everything. But that would, first of all, it would be exhausting to find every single thing with a tag, a visual novel on Steam or itch.io or whatever. It would just be exhausting. So I kind of pride myself in a way where I'm like, I get to choose what I want to talk about, but I also get good feedback from most people. People seem to agree, or seem to like what I do, so it keeps me motivation to keep going. But then at the same time, when I forget something, someone can, which is that happens occasionally. Some people are like, oh yeah, by the way, this happened. I'm like, okay, cool, yeah, fair point. I missed that, and that's important. Then I can pin the message. So I can work with it, and it's easily like my fail safe video series. Even if I don't have like other tutorials or other stuff to bring up, I know that's like the new news topics will get at least 500 to 600 views. So it's like a almost guaranteed success every time. So I don't have to worry about like a channel dying as long as I keep doing it.
I see. I mean, looking at how you structured your monthly recaps, it's actually really funny how you went with an aesthetic of typical news broadcast with the anime twist to it. Because you have the character with microphone, you have a panel in the background with the title you're speaking of. It's it's almost like the traditional TV newsletter, right?
I guess that's how it turned out. I guess that was like, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of the stuff I did was just like I just kind of made up on the fly. Like,
Uh-huh.
well, I mean, Kotori looks nice. It would be kind of funny if I gave her like a goofy microphone, like you said, like a TV news
Yeah.
station, and then that was I don't think I was trying to necessarily emulate, but like it kind of turned out that way. Like, oh, I guess that's cool. She's Kotori kind of works out as like a weird pseudo mascot because now
Uh-huh.
people kind of associate that sprite with the stupid microphone thing I added, which I basically like did in like 5 minutes. So I was like, huh, this zero effort image editing, but people like it, so like, cool.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you create something special out of just going on the fly and making stuff up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it sticks and it makes people laugh and they connect with, oh, okay, that's the joke. Okay, I get it now.
Mm-hmm.
And it sticks and you continue with it and it becomes kind of an in-joke, right? So people in the know. And people coming in and like, wait, what's this? They watch a couple, now I get it.
Uh-huh.
So it has its own unique charm to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what struck me also when you were describing your newsletter is, yeah, you don't need to be fully objective about all the topics. You just can focus in on what you feel is important and therefore build trust in people who follow you that, yeah, he will deliver the recap of what is important. And if there's something he missed, I mean, it wasn't that big of a deal.
Yeah. Yeah. It kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier with you can't please everyone. Because, like I said, I could, in theory, talk about every single visual novel that released or got announced, but it would just be way too long and they'd be full of titles that maybe 5 to 10% people might care about. Then people like, oh my god, I don't care about this. And then why is this 30? I don't want a 30-minute video on this. And
yeah, fair enough. I actually feel that's a very smart approach to limit as much as possible to what's important and make a recap of the most important thing that happened. Yeah, it sounds like a good recipe to follow. With that being said, I had another question prepared. Especially now that we talked at length about the titles you like to play and read. How did those kind of experiences, those events, shape you as a person? Would you say they had an influence over how you think and act in life?
I thought about this one, and for the most part, I wouldn't say. For the most part, I would say no. I've still, even though obviously I love visual novels a lot, but outside of it just being kind of a gateway of like finding new people, like finding people with similar interests who might like if it's because it's a big deal to find new people. I wouldn't say like like stories can make a big impact. Like whoa, that was a good story, but I can't think of any that like off the top like shaped my worldview or whatever. Like honestly, like the closest thing I can think of is I guess when I think of like all my favorite female characters in visual novels, like when I kind of see a pattern of a type of girls, like they're like, huh. Because in real life, sometimes I don't know what kind of girl I like until I get to know them. But I'm like, now, at least personality-wise, I can be like, okay, if a girl's kind of more like this, maybe I'll like them more. But obviously, real life and anime aren't going to be exactly the same. But I can kind of like correlate. Okay, maybe now if I like this type of girl in a VM, maybe I would like hanging out with them or go out with them in real life. But I'm still single, so I can't confirm that decision. But like, as far as figuring out people to hang out with and talk to. I'm like, okay, that's like the base. The ends of kind of like I've helped me sort out what kind of personalities I like most, I guess. But that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's valid. I'm not I'm not preparing the question expecting an answer.
Yeah.
I personally have a very tough time immersing in VNs. So I have a very clear separation of reality from fantasy. So for whenever someone says something is very immersive, I already expect that not to work on me at all. And it tends to be the case. But there are some stories or attitudes showcased in VNs that are very well presented, and specifically my example goes to Kataba Shoujo, that recontextualize how people view the world. And again, why Kataba Shoujo resonates with me a lot is they depicted really well how people in an unfortunate situation that suffer from life-changing illnesses want to be treated. They don't want pity. They don't want compassion. They want to be equals. So if you feel obliged, if you feel a duty to help just because someone's blind, that cheapens them in a way. And Shoujo really well. And it opened my eyes. It's like, yeah, sure, it would be nice to act nicely to those less fortunate. But ultimately, what they truly want to connect with you is for you to treat them equally. And at that point, once you treat them as humans, they will ask for your help because they trust you. You earned that. That's one of the life lessons I learned from Kataba Shoujo. I was floored. And I keep close to my heart.
Yeah. Oh, you did. I do kind of remember learning that myself. Well, first of all, yeah, like I'm not really much of an immersive person. So I can very easily separate fiction and reality. I'm not like one of those. Oh my god, I wish I were in. Yeah, I don't know, like the Machikoi world or like the Baldur's Sky world. Like I still like. This is a cool story, but I'm still in reality. But I like observing it as is. But on a character to character basis, like there's some like little themes like here and there that like, oh yeah, this is like a cool little lesson. Yeah, like you said, not everyone not people that have what we call disabilities. Not everyone like when you think about it, like if you got injured, you'd feel like it was like an acute injury, like you broke your leg, like you go to people like, oh, should I help you with this? Oh, can I open the door for you? Like eventually, like God, I hate getting pizza. I want to just treat it like a normal,
Yeah.
like, a little healthier there, but not like for like literally everything that it's yeah. I mean, there's probably like little lessons I might have taken into account, but like sadly I'd have to probably like review like every like character route I've ever read, but there's little things that I might have like put like, oh yeah, that's a good point, like or like an interesting observation about certain types of people or situations or stuff like that.
Okay, fair enough. I suspected there would be, or at least there could be, some of those life lessons more commonly depicted in Moeges, which I not tend to play. So I wanted to ask the resident Moege expert here, do you recall many of them? But if they are more leaning on the Iyashikei style, I learned a new word today, about the wholesomeness and healing, maybe that's not the case.
Well, I guess when I just see visual novels, I guess if I think of Moege, let's see. Yeah, there's a few. I guess there's a few. I didn't think too micro like characters because there's like little. There's like like for example, there's some characters that are like they're really rich, or like they come from rich families, but like they're but since like they were kind of pampered, they're kind of lonely because like they don't know how to connect with people, right? So when like they find that one person that I'll actually talk to them like a normal, that's like it's kind of what you said earlier, it's like a big deal. Like, whoa, I don't have to like put on airs around literally everybody. I can just act myself, and I can kind of get people like it means more than you'd expect. So yeah, that's like one of the like a random thing I thought of. Like it's like it's not the most common trope, but it was like the first thing I thought of that might be kind of common in Moige, I guess. There's there's like a bunch of other little things like that, but yeah, I do think there are definitely lessons to be learned in that or surprisingly like low key lessons you can learn. It's just, you kind of have to. It's just a matter of can you relate it to real life versus just like a I don't know an obvious anime only thing. Yeah.
So basically, what I get from your answer is you internalize them immediately, and you don't really analyze it from where it came. So you absorb the lessons learned from all the VNs and live the best you can.
Yeah, I have like a lot of like little lessons. Oh yeah, I would have to like go through like my VNDB and like I think I kind of remembered something from there or something from there. Yeah.
On the topic of YouTube channel and the videos you like to make, and I want also to go back to the very first thing I said when we had our first interaction, when I watched that 10 things I want to see in visual novels community. Given now that you are here, given that you inspire some people to create, how would you update that video? Would you add something more that you want to see? Would you say, giving the knowledge now that you can inspire people to work, would you maybe suggest something else? How do you feel content now with that video?
Well, let's see. After review the exact things I said, but I am definitely pleasantly surprised that people are, including you with the VNture podcast, but like people apparently have like kind of started dropping stuff that I honestly kind of just threw it out there, not expecting them to be done, but it's like let's see. I'm just quickly with this. As far as things I would add, let's see. I don't think there's any new categories. I would add honestly, like we have obviously you started a podcast, and on that podcast you have done interviews with other people, so that kind of covers both. But everything else I did is definitely still not being done. So I would personally want to like wait for hopefully people to make more of those type of videos, but I can't think of any other new content that I would personally want, because like I think unfortunately the visual novel community is kind of small as is, so it's true. It's kind of hard to think of things that like go beyond what we already have. So like for example, I'm the news guy. There's plenty of reviewers, plenty of let's players. Yep. Now there's a podcast. Now there's possible other podcasts. Like it's just and VNs are just kind of this weird medium where they're due to how unpopular it is. I think it's hard for me to get it's hard to get creative with them because a lot of them, for better or worse, are very much the same. I guess it's hard for me to like think outside the box without like I don't know. Like for example, I could think something of like a I just draw it off the top of my head. Like if people like voice acted like an old VN that had like no voice acting, or if you wanted to do like English dubs of VNs, like it's a cool idea, but like I don't think many people in the VN community like English dub, so I don't know how worth it would be doing, but that's something that I would personally think would be kind of cool. But I don't know. I would hesitate to put it in a video. It would just be more of a personal one.
Fair enough. This is one of those opinions.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of which, how do you feel about modding in visual novels? Because it's kind of related in a sort of awkward, convoluted way. We could treat age scenes patches as modding, although I would actually like to exclude that one. Modding, as an, for example, you gave an example of voice acting, right? Would a fun dub mod be something you'd be interested in?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I guess we exclude the H scene mods because those are kind of just necessary evils to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's the only VN I can think of that actually has like quote unquote real mods is Doki Doki Literature Club, because I mean that took off really strong when it got released. People have straight up made up their own VNs based off DDLC, and like for example, instead of, because DDLC is kind of like it's considered like this gimmick dark VN, but like I've seen people make like straight up moe versions of the DDLC characters, for example, or they have fun with the Monica scene, like they go crazy and stuff like that. So when I see the opportunities of that, like I'd love to see mods. Like it would give me and like possible others a reason to reread VN. So for example, I read a visual novel like If My Heart Had Wings, like that already has an H patch, but what if you go even further and you for example, you had like an English voice acting patch, or if somebody got creative and like wanted to make a new story, but it's like a fan story, but you had the assets to make it. That'd be kind of cool. But I guess the only issue with that is, modding is always. I'm always kind of scared of modding with Japanese developers, because you never know, because Japanese developers can be kind of stingy of what can be done with their stuff. But on a personal level, I'd love to see mods of VNs. That'd be awesome.
I have a couple examples of that, though. So it's definitely not only the Doki Doki Literature Group. One thing is the guy called Ecstasy making a Monster Girl Quest Plus, completely rewrites the story in a New Game Plus way, which sounds cheap if you know the definition of New Game Plus, but he actually approaches it in a very creative way. I would not like to spoil it whatsoever, but it's basically okay, maybe I'm biased against time travel stories, okay? It's kind of starts with that. What would happen if a character that developed as the protagonist of that particular story from the ending of the game could transport to the start? And how much you would change your choices. Again, that's a very ambitious project. I am observing it intently. He's writing script pretty much from the scratch, but addresses a very crucial point. You reached a happy ending. There were tons of sacrifice on the way, but those sacrifices led you to where you've been. Would you repeat the story now that you know? That's an intriguing aspect, and I just intently look at that project because that sounds like a cool, albeit fun, but story.
Yeah, that's certainly great. I didn't know that was a thing. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's the one thing. The other thing is fans had created an extension for Hate Plus, a sequel to the Analog series that got approved by its creator as a fanfic extension of an ending or an alternate ending. I don't remember which particularly. Some few years after the game has shipped, but people weren't content with the ending, so they expanded upon it. And sadly, this is after I read it, so I did not experience it. But from what I heard, it's really good. It's so good that the author herself approved of it. So that's
pretty cool.
That's cool, right?
Yeah.
Another mod that I know of is for the Venus Blood series. Although this one changes the UI and the function for its gameplay. And one more that I have is recently the father of Alisoft, Tada, was promoting a mod that is basically a remaster of their very old, and I think at this point is an abandonware title. It was Kichiko Runs, one of the most influential VM of all time.
I know of it.
And the mod in question ports the... Oh, sorry. Okay, I need to untangle that. It ports Sengoku Runs 10 into Sengoku Runs with the idea of remastering Kichiko. So it utilizes three games at the same time to create a modded package using the most popular 7th in the series because it has the most mod-friendly engine.
Okay.
Those are interesting concepts that are really experimented on with visual novels.
Yeah, because in real video games, if you just get random AAA game on Steam, there's like a bazillion mods from like texture changes to like in Star Wars the Old Republic, like the Knights of the Old Republic, they straight up rewrite, like they make this whole part like a lot more interesting.
I remember that.
So yeah, there's little things like that. But yeah, VNs. I think a lot of people. First of all, it's already hard to find people who read VNs, let alone ones willing to mod. So I guess if VNs ever got even close to the level of AAA popularity, that's when we'd probably see more mods. Which is probably that's why like DDLC has like a buttload of them.
Yeah.
But other than that, I don't expect them outside anything related to H scenes or like you said, maybe for gameplay VNs that make them more convenient or interesting.
Yeah, maybe because
I just don't know.
You can leverage some of the story with the gameplay or interconnect the two. I don't know. Maybe that is less burden on just the quality of writing, which tends to vary on the fun stories, right?
Yeah.
I tend to collect those examples because I really like mods, especially in the recent years. I grew to find some of the most amazing mods to reinvigorate some of the games that I loved from the past or present. So, for example, on this episode, we spoke about Slay the Spire. Definitely great game, but they themselves have a standalone mod that is sold on Steam, and I think sold as in it's a free on Steam as long as you have the original game and the original creators agreed to it. That expands the entire game for free. It's a mod.
Wow.
Crazy that it has its own store page on Steam.
Oh, huh.
So again, I would hope the same would happen to visual novels because it has amazing potential.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Maybe.
Yeah. One can be hopeful.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see about that one.
Yeah. And with that being said, I ran out of questions.
All right.
So with that being said, I think we ran through the entire episode. Unless you have something else to add, I would like to move on to the ending.
Oh, I'd like to move on to you. I'm getting hungry.
Fair enough. No problem. So, okay, we reached an ending. Thank you very much for participating. It was a blast. Thanks that you agreed upon it, and I had an opportunity to know you a little bit better.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it was fun getting interviewed for quite... Did I beat Toros's record?
No, Do you want to?
Okay, no, oh no! I'll prefer. I'm good. This is fun.
Fine. Okay. It was a pleasure. So thank you again.
Of course. Let's see. We'll see you soon.
Yep. Thank you and take care.
Yeah, you too.